Hello, chat. Late stream, too much Hollow Knight? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, this is the Yume Tuki, Yume Ni Ki OST. I wasn't kidding when I said I was on Molly Star's stream yesterday, and I said I'm gonna steal your background music for my stream tomorrow, and I did. It's really vibey music. Yeah, we're ramming. Wait, someone just finished watching The Lighthouse? I don't know why that's relevant, but I like The Lighthouse. You're fond of me lobster, ain't you? Yeah. So as the title and description and posts on the Discord server suggest, this is the AI stream. The Collider sadly still does not have its art finalized, so we're still going to be working with the usual temp sprites. I've done some work off stream to further tweak it, and I'll show off the changes that I've made, I guess. But the main goal for today is to write the AI behavior, so as how the Collider will behave as an enemy when you're not controlling it. Because currently there's some very, very old AI that was from the original like Game Jam probably, but we've moved to like a whole new system for the AI, which uses like state machine logic and stuff, so that's going to be pretty much just a from scratch job today, making that whole thing. Alright. Let me bring up Godot. Godot. Display capture. That's the one. Boom. Here we are. I'm gonna get rid of Miku, because that's gonna block UI potentially. Hang on. There we go. It's midnight in Germany. Damn, I'd hate to live in Germany. Midnight all the time. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll demonstrate first what changes have been made to the operation of the Collider bot. Chat entering a game jam right now. That's cool. Is it the Ludum Dare is coming up? Is that the one? I've been seeing some announcements about that on a game dev server that I'm part of. Right, here's our guy. Looks pretty similar. You recall in the previous stream, we were trying to do stuff like make the shield weaker as it picked up bullets. And it occurred to me that like doing that as a gradient, that makes a lot of sense programmatically, but it's not as intuitive for when you're just using the character. It's like, I wanted to make it more obvious, and so I decided to, or that a good way to do that would just be to leverage the fact that this guy has orbital levels already. And so you'll see, as the first orbit fills up, a shield is still blue, but once that reaches capacity, and the second orbital fills up, the shield is now weakened and turns yellow. And the same thing will happen again once this we break into the third orbital. Here we go. So essentially, the more bullets you have, or the more orbitals you have filled up, the shield will get weaker and weaker until the third one is where the bullets start flying off on their own. And I thought that was a more intuitive way of showing that your shield gets weaker the more bullets you have. Actually making the levels discrete. So I think that's an improvement personally. Is this the Halo killer? Are they still making Halo games? I honestly have no idea. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I was working on getting some of the upgrades back to working. Although I didn't actually hook them up, I think. I'm not sure I can make them work out of the box like this, but I can start by showing off some of the upgrades, I guess. The upgrades are defined in the upgrades struct. Incredible, right? It's a big fucking dictionary of all the upgrades. But these are just the metadata. The actual effect of the upgrades is done in the enemy class itself. Glad you like the Yuminiki chat. This is the Archer bot upgrades that no longer are implemented because the Archer bot was taken out. Here we go. So there were some new ones that I was writing, which buffed the basic stats. Essentially, the new upgrade philosophy that we adopted for the demo, the public demo release, was that the robot should have a certain set of like staple upgrades. Like we identify direct damage, indirect damage, mobility, and stuff like that. And we make sure that each bot has like a certain number of upgrades that fills each of those categories. So like, for example, in the flame bot here, the aphid, overpressure and exhaust feedback are like direct damage ups, whereas laminar outflow and cooling are indirect damage up because it decreases your downtime when you have to reload. And then this upgrades your special, and this upgrades your mobility. So we want to sort of fill those archetypes. But the Collider has a few more stats to tweak, actually. So it actually has maybe a few more, unless we shave them down later. I'm not sure. So yeah, we have tackle cooldown. I thought the tackle has a long enough cooldown that I could use a reduction upgrade that would actually be quite valuable. The mobility upgrades, I try to make them a bit different between the bots when I can. So instead of the usual 15% movement and nothing else, I made it a 10% movement, but also it buffs the tackle speed because I figured those were conceptually related concepts. So that sounds kind of fun. We got these are sort of direct damage ones. This is it increases the rate that your bullets accelerate when you're holding the button down, so that basically is a fire rate increase overall. And then this one is the damage and knockback of each individual bullet, but it decreases the stat that this one increases. So I think it's more interesting when there's a little bit of like a feedback loop between the upgrades. Like if you take too much of this, you'll have to take one of these to make up for it, kind of thing. That's the same way that the two steel toe damage upgrades work. What's chat saying? I've been playing Ultra Kill a shit ton, and I gotta bring up, have you ever thought about adding interactions between certain bots and actions so as to allow more trick shots? That's a very vague way of putting it, but I think the answer is yes. And we already kind of have that with launching aphids at people with the deadlift and exploding them, but there's the Saber bot. I actually have planned some very comboable interactions where you can like set up things as the Saber bot and then swap to another guy and then continue to use the things you set up as Saber bot. So I think that'll be cool. How many lines of code is the whole game? I have no idea. Probably not that many overall, like compared to other larger games. Quite a few lines of code though. Yeah, and then these are all the older upgrades that were sort of carried over, and this breakthrough tier 1, I'll implement that later. That's just an idea that I had. Shoutouts to John Boyce. Yeah, the engine is good though. Okay, so that's enough looking at upgrades. These aren't actually usable quite yet. I could make them usable real quick. Maybe I'll do that. That'd be a good warm up to the stream. Just get these wired up real quick here. Okay, so shield bot. It'll be a good way of demonstrating how the upgrades actually work under the hood. It's very simple. It's just you have this big like initialize stats function that runs whenever you swap into or out of the robot, and also when you get an upgrade, and it just recalculates all the robot stats based on the upgrades. Okay, so we want to start off with, what was it, waddle fluidity, I called it? Coming up with the upgrade names and flavor text is always quite fun, but it does tend to slow down the process. So I've adopted the habit of making the upgrade stats only first and then coming up with the names later, because otherwise I get too bogged down. Hang on, we don't want to do an if statement. This is movement speed, right? What's that called under the hood? Max speed? I think it's called max speed. And this is reset automatically, I think. Yeah, so it's initialized up here and then the upgrades apply to it. So you can multiply it, it's not going to stack over multiple swaps or anything like that. Have I played Garfield Kart? No, I haven't actually. I like Bloodborne Kart though. So the way I like to do this is you multiply it by 1 plus some fraction of the upgrade count. In this case, 0.1. Oh, actually, this is using outdated code here. Hang on. We want to... This only checks the player's upgrades, but to get elite enemies upgrades to stack, we do a different thing for the newer enemies. So let me look what those do real quick. Here we go. This nice little function that's defined somewhere. Get currently applicable upgrades. Very nice. Reset the shield thickness. Okay. And then you want to change all the player upgrades to apply, because it's more general. There we go. That's easy. Let me just swap all these out real quick. There. Okay, that's good. Why did I put it down here? I want it on top here. Okay. We got waddle fluidity. What's next? It was... Oh, gyro balance, right. Its max special cooldown is a tackle cooldown. For things that reduce a number, I usually do it exponentially so that you can't have it reduced to 0. So I think the way you do it here is you multiply it by the reduction factor to an exponent. So 0.8 to the power of the number of upgrades you have. So in other words, for every time you get this upgrade, it multiplies it again by 0.8. Oops. Let me just copy this again. Okay. Gyroscopic balance. You can't wait for Archerbot to be added to Smash Bros. Hold your horses. You have to be. It has to be added to RAM first. Wait, why the fuck did it go to min bullet? No, that's the next line down. Okay. Power, I just need a closing parenthesis, and we are good. Okay. After this, it was something. Delayed emission. I try to avoid the name sounding too phallic, but sometimes you just can't avoid it. Scripting upgrades too. Yeah, I decided to start with the upgrades because I did most of it last night, but I forgot to actually give them an effect in game. We're gonna get to AI pretty quick. $1.80 from Nofumer. Thanks a lot. Will there be water in the full game? Probably not that you can like traverse. There might be water in the scenery. Even in level 1, actually, we've talked about having some water features, contextualizing the interior as like a hydroelectric storage thing. Okay, like in the Tom Scott video or whatever. Love Tom Scott. Okay, delayed emission. You can't multiply, that's not a variable by itself. So this is going to be the damage. There's some fucking stat. Damage mult. There we go. Apparently it's default 1.3. I didn't really know that, but I guess that makes sense. Times equals 1 plus delayed emission. It also affects the knockback. Is that even a stat that's being tracked? I don't think it is. Oh well. Let's call this retaliation. Just to be, so it's not ambiguous between like your tackle damage, for example. This is your projectile damage. And knockback mults. Okay. To apply delayed emission, and obviously we can't. That would be a 100% increase currently. We want it to be a 15% increase. I think is the number I arbitrarily decided on. That seems relatively balanced. Because this one also has a downside, if you remember. Okay, what's wrong with this? Oh, retaliation damage. Sound zing.wave. Where are you seeing this? Those are the sound effects, yeah. I don't see where those are on screen though. It's ramen time. Oh yeah. Oh, what's up with all the variables? Oh yeah. Pew 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 pew. This is still using the sound effects that I made for it. We're gonna have our actual sound dude make some new ones eventually. Can anyone here spot the typo that's gonna make it not work? Well, certainly not me. And there's one more thing to change here, which is the bullet acceleration, whatever the fuck that stat's called. Shield power bullet orbit excel. There it is. Or I said a 7% reduction. Is that the same thing as 0.93? I think that's it. And this one is again to the power of the number of upgrades. Perfect. There was one more, which was acceleration overdrive or something. I forget. This one is hard to think of a good name for. Overcharged accelerators, sure. Bullet orbit. No, wait. Upgrades to apply. Overcharged accelerators. And this is 0.2 for a 20% increase. That looks good to me. So let's test real quick if these work. This shouldn't take that much more code to get working than that. It's just tweaking stats. Ooh boo is the worst OWO variant ever. It's a hot take. There might be a worse one. This is the best EVE Online stream ever. I laugh preemptively at that joke because Fred Knudsen hasn't released his 17-hour-long documentary on that yet that he's been working on for 10 years. Can't wait, though. Bullet Orbit Excel should be... Oh, is that a typo? Oh, yeah, 1 times 2. Yeah, that's not going to work. Thank you. Good catch. Min bullet orbit. Okay, this one's the same. Yeah, let's test it. My mouse is really sticky right now. It's annoying. Wait. Oh, I didn't change the variable down here. We want retaliation damage mult. And actually, I want this to be... The other thing I changed, which I forgot to announce, was that grenades are now physically thrown back instead of turned into lasers, and I like it a lot more. It's really funny, but I have to turn this damage mult stat into some like buff to the grenade's speed, because that makes more sense than buffing their damage. Oh, but wait, this is 1.3 by default. I have to correct this to make up for the 1.3. Hang on. 700 divided by 1.3 is 540-ish. Okay. Which is coincidentally the vertical center point of a 1080p display. I know that number very well from editing videos. Alright. Exploding lasers rip? No, trust me, this is funnier. I can find some other upgrade to add the exploding lasers to again. Like, there's still room for exploding lasers, but just not by default. Are you going to reference Collider's burger pants? Or, sorry, Collier's. Jacob Collier, the notable musician. I'm not aware of any burgers in the Collider's pants currently. Okay, will it run now? No. I need retaliation. Oh, this is in like an obsolete function too. A bit annoying. Alright. Ooh, no, it doesn't like that. Gyroscopic balance does not exist. Did I just call it gyro balance, maybe? What did I call it? No. Gyro skip it. Ah, fuck me. Typos. That's what you get for using string keys, though. You just make typos. It doesn't tell you until you try to run the game. Sure, you would love to collide with burger pants. I'm sure we all would. It's a mutual sentiment. No, it doesn't like that. Min bullet orbit speed. Oh, this fucking... I was so stupid to think that I could like have dashes different than underscores. Like high energy is hyphenated, so there's no underscore. Nah, standardize that shit. You want to orbit around burger pants like a celestial body. Yes. A universal fantasy. Okay, we're not going to see any difference yet. Hang on. I have to use the debug console. I added the nifty feature to the debug console that you can type in just the first few letters of an upgrade's name and it'll like go to the nearest one. So that'll save like thousands of hours over the course of the RAM's development. So which one do we want to test? Let's try the gyro balance. Actually, people to go give gyro and then like, I don't know, 3 so that we can really feel the effects. Oh yeah, that's faster. What if you give like 10? Whee! Oh, is it having an effect? It doesn't feel that much faster. Hang on. Maybe it's something's not being... Maybe this max special cooldown isn't actually being used. It's always worth checking that. Player action. Start tackle. Oh no, it is. Max special cooldown. Is it the multiplier is messed up maybe? Yeah, maybe it is. Let's see. Times equals... No, that looks right. It's multiplied by 0.8 to the power of the number of upgrades. And this will always be 1 unless the upgrades are more than 0. This is a temp sprite still. We don't have the actual sprite sheet finished yet. Let's just get a printout here. Just to make sure. It should be 2 by default. Okay. Hang on. Let me out. I'm stuck in the debug console. Alright. Give gyro 10. And oh, what the fuck? Is max special cooldown ever initialized? Hang on. It's set to 2 on ready. Oh, it's never initialized in here. Okay, that could be a problem. Is it walk, speed, bullet, orbit, retaliation? Okay, that's the default. Because it's getting set to like... Yeah, each time an upgrade gets applied before, it was getting multiplied by the full amount and not being reset, so we ended up with this ridiculously tiny number. I'm not sure... That doesn't explain the behavior we saw earlier, but that is a bug. Alright. Give gyro 10. It doesn't feel faster. Wait, what the fuck? It's printing off a bunch of some number. This doesn't run every frame though. Okay, hold up. What the fuck's going on? I got a million rogue printouts. Tackle power? No, that's not what I want. Oh, there it is. Special cooldown 1.6, 1.28. Right, so yeah, it gets decreased correctly. Is it reset anywhere? Is it like put back? It's there. It's set on ready. And it's initialized there. It's updated there. Is it the special cooldown that's wrong? And special cooldowns less than 0. That's so strange. Okay, let's see if we can find the every frame print, because that's annoying. Yeah, here we go. We don't want that. I guess I want on tackle start. We want to print out the thing again. Print special cooldown. There. Okay, I'm gonna move the window over so I can read the console. So we should have a 0.2 second cooldown right now. And indeed, oh, I see. Okay, so the cooldown is 0.2 seconds. The UI is wrong. That's something else. I don't know what's actually making it not display correctly, but that's fine. I can fix that later. Basically, it works. Okay, let's try another upgrade. Let's put this back. Give delayed emission 5. And we'll test this with a steel toe. So this one should make the bullets spin up slower but do more damage. Not that much slower. That's not very noticeable. Here's a fun one. Give improvised projectiles. This is going to passively generate a whole bunch of bullets. Or maybe not. Apparently that doesn't work. That was working yesterday. Strange. Give... what was that? Overcharged? That's not super noticeable. Maybe with some more bullets. Yeah, that'll probably need tweaking. I'm not noticing too much of a difference right now, but anyway, that's enough upgrades. We're gonna go on to the actual AI. So to do that, enemies have a separate AI script, such as the shotgunner here has a shotgun class and also a shotgun AI script. So I'm gonna need to make a new one of these for the collider. Where is that? Shield. There we go. Okay, so the shield bot also needs to, wait, that's the scene. I want the script. Oops. There. So in here I want to have a new script. Call it shield bot AI. And I spelled it right. Yep, okay. Create. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, so this is going to extend enemy AI. I think it's the base class. Yes, okay. And so basically the AI is just a state machine under the hood. It's not even like a complex hierarchical state machine. It's just a normal ass state machine. So it's actually pretty easy to figure out what's going on here. I'll show it off with the shotgun AI here. Basically, you define a bunch of, just a list of states that the AI has, like behavior states, reposition, shoot, melee, and navigate within range. Like the steel toe only has 4 AI states. So you sometimes don't even need very many of them. And then you, in the init function, you populate a dictionary with all the states definitions. So you have the states dictionary, which takes the state itself as a key, and then the contents of that is a sub-dictionary with these 3 possible labels. I'm not sure what to call them here. Let's find one with all 3. Do any of them have all 3? Okay, none of these have an on-exit. I need more complex AI to show off. Let's try the deadlift AI, maybe? Where is it? Okay, this is the deadlift's AI. It has a few more states. Here we go. Enter, process, exit. So basically, whatever state the bot is in, you define these 3 functions here. Enter gets run when the AI enters that state once, and then doesn't run again. Process gets run every frame while the AI is in that state, and then exit runs as you leave the state. And with these 3 things defined, you can create some pretty complex behavior, and just by the process function here, it also detects when to change to other states. So this is both like what it's doing in the state and also the conditions for moving to a new state. And that's essentially how all the AI works. It's just that stuck together. So for the collider here, the basic behavior I want to create, and I haven't really thought it through fully yet, but I want it to try to stay between you and other enemies, to like literally block your shots and make other enemies harder to hit. Because I think that's the best intuitive role of a shield bot. It's like a bodyguard. So that's going to take some doing, because currently there's not really a paradigm for tracking, for enemies knowing where other enemies are in a room. That's not really something we've done before. So we'll see if that's possible. Shield bot AI. Alright, so first off, we want to define the states enum, which, what's that usually called? States. Who would have thought? And the one state that I've thought of so far, how do you pronounce it as opposed to, I used to say enum, but then I heard a bunch of people say enum, and I was like, yeah, it's enumerate, enum. So I started saying enum. Enumeration.
I enum, you enum, he, she, me, enum. Enumology, the study of enum.
Anyway, the only state I've thought of so far is guard, and that's going to be it tries to guard other enemies. So we'll need the init function. We'll take some of this as boilerplate here. Let's take one of these state defs as a boilerplate that we can replace with our desired behavior. Okay, initialize. We check that the enemy is the correct type, because you can't have like a shotgunner with collider AI. Okay, that's fine. We call the super. So enemy AI comes with some built-in states, like for basic pathfinding and like idling and stuff, which it's a pretty hefty class actually. There's a million helper functions in it, and it just makes it a bit easier to write the subclass AIs. Okay, so instead of reposition, we want guard. When it enters the guard state, I don't know, I think it's going to try to find an enemy to guard. So let's just make a dummy function that we'll have to fill in later. Or get... What do we call this? Guarded enemy? We're gonna have to store this as a variable, so I'm trying to think of like a good name for this. Let's just call it guarded enemy. Let's be general. Let's just call it entity, just in case, because all we really need is a position from this. Get. And this function, if it can't find one, it'll probably return null or something. And so we can check if we want to store this actually. Shit, it overrode it. If not instance is valid. So if we can't find a valid entity to guard, we want to abort. And that's like aborting the behavior is like defined in the superclass. And basically, the way the enemies work is that they have these higher level things than states called behaviors, which is just like, let me show an example. So we have all these states, but then it boils down to behaviors, which are defined by the first state in like a chain that they'll go through. So the chain bots have like a yeah, like a launch grappled foe behavior, an approach for attack behavior, and a grapple behavior. And essentially just by loading into one of these states, it'll naturally go down the rest of the states in that behavior, and then eventually it'll either succeed or have to abort because something has gone wrong. And once you abort, you choose a new behavior to start, which then puts you back in the initial state for that behavior. And so at any point you can just call abort behavior, and the enemy AI will try to find something else to do, which is sort of, you want it to be flexible like that. Even if it's, a lot of the RAM enemies aren't the most flexible at the moment, but they could be. How would the collider choose what enemy to guard? Well, we'll have to figure that out. Or no, exit behavior aborted. That's just a constant that's defined for the use of this function only. I think you return after that. Okay, so if we haven't exited the behavior by now, we have a valid guarded entity. And now we can guard it, I guess. Which probably means the process function. Oops. And this is using lambda functions, by the way, or just anonymous functions. Like, the syntax is weird here, but basically this is a dictionary, and the keys of the dictionary are these constants: enter, process, exit, and the contents are these anonymous functions that just run whatever code you put in them. So we're just populating anonymous functions and loading them into a dictionary, basically. Okay, so now I have to remember how the pathfinding works. The trick with the AI is that we can do tilemap pathfinding, but we don't want to do that every frame, because that's very expensive and it'll make the game lag. So what you want to do is you want to check if the point you want to walk to is like trivially reachable. So if there's just a straight line and you walk, you don't have to use pathfinding then. Like most of the times you're fighting enemies in RAM, they're not using pathfinding, they're just like, I have a straight line to you, I can just run toward you and win. So That saves a lot of computation under the hood. So let's see. Let me get some more tea, first of all. What music is this? This is a Yumi Tuki dream exploration relaxing music mix with ambiance. I stole it from the description of Molly Star's stream yesterday. Oh, did it? The fucking Steam notifications are still on? Damn it. Let me turn that off. Tea? What tea is it? I'm back to normal lemon ginger. Okay. Let me check again another class to see how this is handled. So like when the chain bot, the deadlift wants to run at you and punch you, how is it doing that? Position for attack, approach for attack, here we go. Alright, so on the enter, it checks if the target is trivially reachable, which means that it doesn't have to pathfind. And if it's not, we actually go to a different state, which is a special thing I've defined in the superclass. So you can go into this navigate within line of sight state, and you'll do that, you'll pathfind, and then once the enemy achieves line of sight with the player, it'll come back to this previous state and resume execution. So this is a very handy little helper function that I've built here, so I'm going to use that again. Except not with foe trivially reachable. We have to calculate the desired position between you and the guarded enemy, and then see if that position is trivially reachable, and then otherwise do the same thing. Yeah, not foe. Point. Point trivially reachable. There we go. We need to get the point though. And this AI is tricky to make, because like a lot of the times it seems fairly simple, like just get the point between you and the enemy, but like you have to make all these assumptions, right, about the terrain. And that's the difficulty, is trying to like preemptively think of what edge cases would break it and then make it robust to that. So like what if the enemy you're trying to guard, for example, is between the player, or is on the other side of like a pit from the player? You can't stand on the pit, and that's where you want to stand, right? So is that this function's job? The get guarded entity, will this detect if there is a valid midpoint and then just not return that entity if there's nowhere to stand? Or is it like this will just give you something and then we have to check here if that entity actually has a valid point to stand in front of? I'm leaning toward the latter, because there are ways of, even if there's a pit in the way, you can stand like as close to the midpoint as possible without being out of bounds and stuff like that. So I think that's what we want to do. So yeah, we're gonna get an entity. And then you probably want like a second function that's going to get the desired point to stand on. That's probably what we do. Is it? Can you just do this? Hang on. Oh, or do I want to do it like this? I've already confused myself. I think my gut is telling me we want to keep this a bit more flexible. So let's leave the enter function like that and put some of this in the process function. So we're going to have some function that gets the desired point. Get target guard point. And I think this is some global property that I can reference. Let me get the base enemy AI class up. Okay. There's a lot of functions in here. The trick is remembering them. It's probably in the navigation. So we're going down a few layers of complexity real quick. I want to stay mostly at the top level where you can actually understand it as viewers, but I need to figure out what's going on here. It's a set target point. Set navigation target. There we go. So I think the navigation is fairly intelligent, and it'll choose the most efficient way to get to that point. So it's not going to do pathfinding unless it has to, for example. It's still a little bit expensive to call this every frame, but it should be fine. So like... Yeah, and what exactly is that going to do? Bagel, says chat? Bagel, okay. Yeah, GD script is all like Python. Yeah, I mean that the computer's going to work harder when I say expensive. That's correct. That's going to do something, all right. Thing is, there has to be some contingency in here for the bot detecting that reaching its desired point isn't possible, and then aborting the behavior. So hang on, what does setting the target actually do under the hood here? How do I reference the result of this? Okay, this returns if it's reachable or not, so that's useful for me. Yeah, I can use that. No, it's exit behavior aborted. And this supersedes this. We don't need this anymore if we're doing, like, if we're manually setting the nav target and stuff like that. Okay, it's going to navigate toward its target point, and it also just needs to attempt to point its shield toward the player. So currently, the AI used to be stored in the ShieldBot class itself, and it still has that code. So I can reference that for, it tries to like slowly point the shield toward you, but with a delay, so that it's not instantaneous. I want it to be doing that pretty much at all times. Where is that? AI action. Here it is. Lerped player position. Yeah, so it lerps. By... What does that mean? Aim direction at angle minus shield angle. Shield angle plus... Oh. Yeah, there's 2 levels to this. So it has like a delay on tracking the player's position. So it always thinks that the player is slightly behind where it actually is. And 2, the shield has a fixed rotation speed. So I'm just gonna nab all of this. Foe is a more neutral term for AI here. Rotate shield toward foe. So we have a bunch of these functions we have to fill out later. I haven't thought about what other states it's going to have yet, so I'm not going to worry about the state timer. And we've already handled that. Okay, so for now that's our process state, and there's no way to leave it yet, but it will do something. And this one probably doesn't need an exit. Besides to... no, it doesn't need an exit. Nothing has to happen when you leave the state. Okay, so that is one state defined. So now before I get more confused, I want to fill in these functions that I've been setting up that we'll need. Okay. So rotate shield toward foe should be the first one, because that's the code I just copied over and haven't pasted yet. Foe. I think this is automatically given to us by the superclass. We have like a toFoe variable to use. Chad's just talking about Sonic now. Alright. Love me some Sonic. I've never played a Sonic game, but you know. Okay, lerped player pause. This is a good one to track, and it needs to be globally defined. And this being lerped is important because when it's firing back at you, it has hit scan lasers. So if it always pointed directly at you, there'd be no way to dodge it. So by delaying the position slightly, you make it so that if you're running fast enough, you can actually make the lasers miss you. Just initialize it to a vector. Easy enough. Except it's not called player pause, it's called foe pause. That's the AI nomenclature. Okay, foe. I think foe position is something that we have defined, yeah. There. Yeah, faux pas. You're back? How's progress? We're just getting into the AI. I'm remembering how things work. I wrote all this code, but it doesn't mean that I necessarily remembered exactly how to use it, and I haven't written an AI script in a long time at this point. We're trying to make the collider stand between you and other enemies and block your shots, basically. That's the goal right now. Oh, there's no closing curly brace, of course. Notable cave story character, curly brace. Yeah, it doesn't like some stuff. Okay, delta angle. Does it not have an aim direction? Is that the problem? Shield angle, probably. I think you reference body.shield angle. This references the actual enemy itself, because the AI is its own script, so it has to reference its body explicitly. You don't see a neural network? How can this be AI? This doesn't seem to be exploiting other people's content either. You're confused. This is old school, Pickles. This is old school. Back when AI was just fucking telling machines to do what you wanted with words and shit. When are the marketable plushies releasing? When they're more marketable. Once we gotta get RAM popping off a bit more before we dump money into the plushie production, of course. We gotta secure that fan gamer contract. You don't see any if statements either? Well, the old school AI was this shit. That was the old school AI. So there's some if statements there. Okay. So delta angle is how much the shield is going to spin this frame. Or no, it's not. That is just the how much it needs to move to get to the player, I think. Oh. So we don't actually need to know this, we just want this, like, the direction. Let's just do that directly then. So the direction to rotate the shield, shield angle plus... Why is it divided by 60? Shouldn't that be times delta? We don't have a delta, but well, actually, we do. I don't know how hacky this is. It made sense at the time, but delta is just a globally defined variable within the AI class. So like normally, you'd have to pass the delta time into a function like this, but in the AI, because it all works in these anonymous functions, every frame we just update the global delta variable, and then anything can reference that, and it seems to work fine. Is this a boss or standard enemy? It's just an enemy, but all the enemies in RAM are playable, so they have a bit more complexity than normal. Shield angle. Times rotation. This should probably take in a stat, shouldn't it? There's no stat for it yet, but this should take a stat eventually to modify the speed. Okay, what's wrong with this? Maybe aim direction doesn't exist? Or I could just use fucking... I don't really need the lerped position for this because the shield is already lerping. Maybe just save that for later and simplify it. 2foe.angle. Do I already have an angle to foe by any chance? I have a bunch of these variables pre-calculated in the base class. Angle to foe, is that real? No, it's not. Right. So, yep, this function's good now. Now the harder ones are going to be, this shit. Get guarded entity. I'm still not totally sure about that. I'd have to get a list of the enemies in the same room as it, which currently is not going to be super easy. Actually, I want to call this get entity to guard. I'd rather call it that. Because get guarded entity implies that we're just returning this variable and not like getting a new one. Alright. So let's put this off a bit. I don't know how to get the enemies in the room right now, but let's just pretend that we have. We just have some list of enemies, and I'm gonna change this later to actually get the correct list. How do we choose the best one to guard? Chat says water is good. It tends to be, yeah. Oh wait, what was that comment above there? I wonder if he ever writes code in a way that makes sense to him at the time and then comes back and is confused. Oh yeah, that's universal. I try not to. I try not to make code super impenetrable, but it happens sometimes inevitably. So probably, I mean, the most obvious way to choose the entity to guard is just to pick the closest one, right? But we're not trying to move toward that entity, we're trying to move toward between it and the player. But that creates kind of a catch-22, because currently we're getting the entity we want to guard and then calculating where to stand, but that would imply that we calculate where to stand, and then from that, we now have the entity we want to guard. Which is... you can see how this gets tricky pretty quickly. It's like, in order to check whether something's possible, you end up already computing things that you'll need later, and the order of operations becomes very hard to parse at times. And that's a problem I've noticed mostly with AI code. I'm not sure what it is with it, but it always seems to happen. It's like constraint satisfaction problems. So I guess, what are the main things to check for? If you have a point, how do you tell if that point is okay? It has to be over the floor, it has to be in bounds, that's good. And it has to be reachable, and that's basically it. We probably also want there to be a line of sight between the player and the enemy, because otherwise the enemy can't shoot at the player or vice versa anyway, and there's no point to guard that entity. So let's write a list of constraints up here before I forget. Okay. Point must be in bounds. Point must be reachable. Player must have line of sight to entity. We have to fulfill these constraints somehow. And then I guess prioritize the closest one. Or we could prioritize the entity with the lowest health even, depending on how annoying we want to be. Or we could just choose randomly. I think to start with, I want it to just choose randomly, because that'll save, like, that'll leave making the AI, like, intelligent to a later phase, and right now we just want to be able to, like, test that it's choosing an entity from the list. So basically I think I want to take this list and remove all the ones that are impossible and then choose a random one. That's the goal. So for... let's continue using the term entity. So we go through the list and we check properties of each candidate. Actually, a good way to check this would be if you did a raycast from the player to the enemy and see if it hits any collision. Because that'll either mean that there's a wall between them or there's a pit. And either way, that's sort of bad. Like, theoretically, it is possible to guard an enemy that's separated from the player by a pit, as discussed, but that's going to be a less common scenario, and it's going to be a much more difficult scenario to handle. So for now, maybe we just disqualify any enemy that doesn't have a direct walking path to the player to keep it a little bit simpler. I think we have some built-in raycasting helper functions in the enemy AI class. Let me check those. Do we know what raycasts are, chat? It's just when you draw a line between 2 points and check what that line hits in a game engine. They're very useful. Move toward point allowed. Okay, here we go. Terrain intersect ray. From to, and it returns whatever the fuck this sub-function returns. I think this returns one collision? Let me check. With the documentation. Oh wait, this is the German documentation? What the fuck? Okay, Godot, Space State, 2D. Why doesn't it have a page for that? What do you mean? Physics Direct Space State 2D. Here we go. Okay. Fucking intersect ray. What does it return? It returns a single thing. The first thing it hits, it returns that. Right, okay. So, yes, terrain intersect ray. Oh, my throat's kind of hurting already. That's a bit worrying. No meat spin, Pidge. No meat spin. Or hang on. I think there's an even higher level function we can use. That's like... movement obstructed? No, that's not it. I guess we just check if this is empty or not. Right? Yeah, you get an empty dict as a return if it doesn't hit anything, so that's what we check. Entities. Okay, we want to fill up this valid list with each one that is valid. Why can't I spell this word? Entities. Dot append entity. Good. Alright, that works. And then we just get a random one. We should also check if the point is reachable, I guess. That's going to be expensive too, though, to check whether every one of those, because I might have to use pathfinding for everything on that list if we check whether they're reachable here. These optimization constraints can get frustrating sometimes. Does it cost $1 per check? No, it costs several thousand CPU clock cycles or something. Can you wish my friend Al Balula happy birthday? Happy birthday, Al Balula. Sure. I don't know who that is, but happy birthday. Okay, what if we ignore that constraint for now and just leave it here? Return a random number of the list. And then, okay, so then we have the entity to guard. I spelled it backward. Did you know you're in a pretty popular, well-made Deltarune themed F&F mod? Yes, I did. So, there's actually a bit of a story to how I learned that. It's not a very interesting story, but that footage of that fucking mod was posted in my Discord server, and I just happened to be scrolling that day, like, just kind of brain dead, you know, just automatically scrolling through posts, and I looked at that, and I just sort of put it on without, like, maximizing it in this tiny little Discord thumbnail size. And I was like, wow, that sure is a, I don't know, Vessel versus Gaster or something. I was like, that sure is wacky. And I literally didn't notice the fact that the whole Delta cast was in the background, or that it was supposed to be Half-Bred Chaos, until fucking Jaru's head pops out of the telephone. And then I have to like reevaluate my entire existence in 1 second there and go, whoa, wait a minute. And then I realized what I was actually looking at. Oh, okay, 1,000 Argentina bucks from Mel, thank you. I just wanted to say you appreciate all the weekend streams. I usually don't do much during weekends, so they always give me something to look forward to. Take care, and also bring Miku back. Oh, thanks, Mel. That's nice, actually. I mean, it makes sense to do streams on weekends because people aren't working, is what I figure, but it's, I think some people find that to be a pleasant way to spend a day off, so I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, I'll bring Miku back, fine. What's she covering up? Yeah, we don't need that. That's not an important part of the screen, that's fine. You don't. Mel's not actually donating $1,000. Those are Argentina pesos or something. You recognize Dork, Shay, you, Half-Bred, Jaru, and Mystic, but not the other guy? I think that's Outsin. His channel's pretty small compared to the other ones, but he does have a banger video on, he animated a bunch of Deltarune dreams that he harvested from my Discord server mostly. So, go watch that. It's very good. This one Yumi Nikki track isn't really hitting. It's a bit annoying, actually. There we go. I'll type his name in chat if you want to search for him, actually. There you go. What am I trying to code? AI for the new bot. We're pretty deep in the weeds at this point. Okay, yeah, get target guard point is going to be a tricky one eventually if you want to handle the pit case, let's call it, where there's a pit between the player and the enemy you want to guard. But because we're ignoring that anyway, I can make a pretty simple version of this currently, which just literally returns the midpoint. Literally returns the midpoint. So we want to use the guarded entity. We have that as a global variable. So what should it do? Theoretically, we could calculate the line between the player and the guarded entity and return any point on that line with like some sort of variable between 1 and 0 that's like how far between the player, or how close to the player, how far from the entity. How would you define that exactly? I think you literally just average the 2 points, don't you? It's just you take... Let's just fucking do this. Some constant of interpolation. Let's call it 0.5, return. Closeness. There we go. Oh wait, faux position times t. Plus player. Shit, I'm confusing myself. No. That is 1 minus t plus guarded entity. Global position, positioning, I can't type it, position, times t. So if anyone's not familiar with this, this is like the very, very simple version of a linear interpolation equation. So this is like the interpolation constant, and we just like, the bigger this number is, the further it is from the player, and the closer it is to the entity's position. And so, but just like, as this goes from 0 to 1, you'll just move from the player to the entity on a line. And the reason I'm defining it like this, even though this is just a constant, is that I might want to tweak this value later to make the collider stick closer or further from the thing it's guarding. The variable's not called t anymore, it's called the descriptive term, closeness. So with 0.5, it's literally the midpoint between the player and the entity. So that's pretty good. Wait, why is chat deciding not to become a Minecraft content creator? How is that relevant? Okay, so we have our functions now. That's pretty good. Theoretically, this code will run, but it won't do anything yet because we haven't defined any behaviors, which are very important. There we go. This is the important function here. Get weighted behavior options. This is the highest level decision-making engine of the AI script. But currently all it has to do literally is return guard, because we don't have any other behaviors. It's going to be pretty simple for now. So currently all this bot can do is try to guard something. If it fails, it'll go back to choose a new behavior, but all it knows how to do is guard, so it'll just keep trying to guard for all eternity. It's a very sad fate. States.guard. There we go. Wait. Oh, he wants to do... Okay, so the context for the chat. C Pickles in chat and I are watching a third friend of ours play Hollow Knight currently, and he wants to do all 3 trials with only 1 more nail upgrade and nothing else. You mean the Colosseum? Like those trials? Because that's gonna take a while. What do you mean you want me to tell him not to? He's gonna do it anyway, though. You know he's just gonna do it anyway. He made that his stated option, or intent, was to not back down from any challenge he encountered, no matter how long it took, so... I guess, have fun with that. The friend is not Fireborn nor Scurry. That's not true. He hasn't even fought Soulmaster yet, so sad. Maybe you could convince him to come back after beating one of the trials? I don't know. Okay, and in order for this AI to do anything, it has to be physically placed on the bot, is the thing. Which is still called an exterminator, by the way. That's kind of weird. Should be called the shield bot. I hope that doesn't break anything. Okay, add a node, call it AI, and give it the script. Shieldbot AI. Alright, it's a very simple script. Of course, it's still not going to do anything yet, because this room enemies list is a dummy variable. It does not actually know what the enemies are. Which makes me think we should have another function. I love this kind of design. If you don't know how to do something, just replace it with a function name and then make the function later. Get room enemies. Actually, this should be something that the subclass, or no, the superclass knows how to do, because that's a very general capability. So let's define this in the superclass, enemy AI. Intersect ray. Where to put it? Damage taken. Why not down here? These are stored somewhere, but I'm not totally sure where at the moment. It'll be something from Game Manager we have to find. Okay, so where to start? The player has a current room that it tracks, so that's a good place to start. Dot current room maybe. Okay, where's the player? Don't tell anyone there is a player class in RAM. It doesn't correspond to a physical character, but there is a player. Add upgrade. Update room. Here we go. Current room. It's defined. Okay. So I can use that. This is an interesting difficulty because this assumes that the enemy has to always be in the same room as the player, which sometimes might not be true, so maybe I don't want to do it this way actually. Hang on. What if I just use a variant of this code and just put it in the enemy itself? I will become back my money, says chat. Yeah, I know. There's a fucking player character. Deal with it. Is the player class just a course to learn how to become the player? Not quite. For anyone who actually doesn't know, class in programming just means like an abstract type of object, basically. An object is technically a different term than class, but they sort of are the same thing. Like, a class is the abstract version of an object, and you make objects from a class. So, like, ShieldBot is a class, and every time you make an individual ShieldBot in the game, that is an object that is made from the ShieldBot class. And the class is, in this context, it's just a script that defines its properties. That's not how you spell Gollum Agent. That's the one that wants to get the One Ring back from Frodo. Okay, so yeah, I want to maybe move this into the enemy superclass even, because I think all the player actually does is it has to get its position from its current host anyway. God knows what this means. I'm not going to think about it. Yeah, it's just this. It's weird that it has to be rooms at point. Like, theoretically, you could have 2 rooms overlapping, but I don't think you'd ever want to, and it could cause weird glitches. What do you mean no global? Where's the what global? The true host, by the way, is just the currently controlled character that you're playing as. There is the false host exists because, like, after you swap out of an enemy, the other enemies for like a second or two, they still think that you're controlling that one and will target it, and that's how the it makes it like easier to get close call bonuses and stuff. So there's at all times there's the true host, but also the apparent host, which is what the enemies think the player is. Oh, global juice. I don't know what you're looking at. Okay. So it has to go through the list of all the possible overlapping rooms. If it's the room you're already in, you disqualify it. If is instance valid, previous room. Oh, wait, what? This code is fucked up. This could change rooms multiple times per frame. Which seems like fucked to me. So that could be a problem. But I'm not going to change that for now, because I don't want to modify stuff that I don't have to. Because, like, Hobie might be working on similar stuff in parallel to me. Okay, I'll just make this a note for later to figure out what's wrong with this. This is the real line we want. Okay, it's just this thing. Get room. And like, again, there's no defined behavior for like what happens if rooms are overlapping, even though it's possible. So I think I'm just gonna say it returns the first one in the list, because there really shouldn't be a list. And I'm not sure why it's like this in the first place, to be honest. Rooms at point, because there should only be one room. The Room by Tommy Wiseau, yes. That's what it's all about. And so this room will theoretically store a list of enemies, I think, maybe. Let me find out. Room. Ooh, but first, 600 Argentini bucks from Mel again. Thank you. Chat, I'm grilling a burger. Who wants some? Don't tell Andrew, though. I don't want to be generous to him. I would love a burger right now. I'm pretty hungry, but, I mean, if the offer's not on the table, then I guess that's just the way it is. I'm not starving, actually. I had a salami sandwich before I started streaming, so I'm okay. You're tearing the code apart, Lisa! It's not the best Tommy impression. I think I used to be able to do a better one back when I was an active Room fan, you know? Oh, hi, doggy. I was looking at what rooms are. Hang on. Is it called a discrete room now? It probably is called the discrete room. Which means, not private, but singular. Standalone. Yeah, is there a way to get the fucking enemies in the room? Is that like a defined behavior, ready physics process? This code was not written by me anymore. Update is active. Calculate bounds. I might just throw in a function here to get the enemies, or the encounter probably tracks the enemies, doesn't it? Oh shit, $5 from Timeless, thank you. Can you cover up Miku with a JPEG of a basketball? Sure. Specifically a JPEG though, not a PNG. So like not even transparent. That's a pretty good basketball. This one is transparent though. Can I use a transparent one? This is important. Yeah, okay, it can be transparent. Save image as basketball. Alright. You can all see my wonderful conspiracy corkboard folder. This is where I store all the images for all of my videos. Beautiful collection of data here. Library of Alexandria. There we go. Perfect. Balling Miku. Make sure not to accidentally go to the part of the Godot file with the unfinished work of the Deltarune crossover. Oops. I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, okay, so the encounter knows what the enemies are. So why don't we just define that in the fucking room as an interface function. Get active enemies. I guess there's no such thing as passive enemies. Or get owned enemies. How do I phrase this? Inhabitant enemies? Is that an English thing people would say? Get inhabitant enemies? Whatever, that's what it's called for now. If not is instance active encounter, return an empty list. Active encounter, we have to look at the fucking encounter script. It's a discrete encounter, it is. If two colliders tried defending each other, they'd rush the player down while doing weird arch toward each other. Yes, that would be interesting to watch, but also I'm going to forbid that behavior at some point. Okay. What is all this shit here? Enemies. Boom. That's it. Just enemies. I think that'll work. There. Instance valid. No, is Instance, I can never fucking type that. Okay, is instance valid active encounter? We're good. Okay, so now we go back to the enemy AI, and now we have this convenient function. Get enemies, else return empty list. Colon. Perfect. Okay. And just like that, all enemies in the game have the power to reference each other. Isn't that beautiful? Unity, fraternity, liberty, France, etc. Is that not a real function still? Oh, I have to save it. And then maybe it'll stop highlighting it as an error, if it wants to. Yeah, maybe not. Sometimes Godot just doesn't update the fact that this is now a function ever. It just sometimes doesn't do that. It's really cool. It'll still run. It'll just keep showing it as an error forever. Okay, well that might do something. It might be a bit hard to test though, because I think if you just spawn in a random enemy, it doesn't get automatically added to the room. I wonder if the more robust way to do this is actually to ignore the room metadata and just do a fucking collision check, like the homing grenades do. Because that would get the job done. Theoretically, it would be more computationally expensive, but it wouldn't really matter that much. Yeah, okay. Having done all that work, now I think I might want to immediately do it a different way and ignore all that. Okay, actually, let me look up the grenade code, because the grenades have a function that finds enemies within a radius and can home in on them, so I can use that. Here it is. Aim toward nearby enemy. Get targetable enemies in radius. What a fun function. Yeah, so this does all this bullshit, like low-level physics API call to get the circle collider and detect the enemies, and basically I just have to copy-paste this. Collider to hit collider. Yeah, okay. Just copy pasta that. We have radius. Yeah, so this should be a little bit cruder of an approach, but also more robust. It'll get enemies regardless of how they respond in. What? You're gonna eat Java chip flavor Oreos? What the fuck is that? Java chip? I could see like Java as in coffee, but what does chip mean? What is a chip flavored Oreo? And what is a Java flavored chip flavored Oreo? Can you explain yourself? Or do you mean they're like chocolate chips, but they're coffee flavored and they're in an Oreo? Yeah, that's fucked up. And for the record, this is closer to Python than Java. Have you thought about making upgrades affect enemies? Yes, and so have 400,000 people who've asked that same question. I don't know why that's such a popular question, but yeah, we currently have elite enemies that use upgrades, but we have no plans for just making a random upgrade you choose affect enemies, because that would make that a downgrade at that point. It wouldn't be useful anymore. And also, a lot of enemies need custom AI to use certain upgrades, so currently they just use ones that don't require much changes to the AI. Get enemies in radius. We just return this, right? Wait, probably want to exclude yourself though, right? I think by default this will detect the enemy that called the function. Does query have like an exclude parameter? Exclude. Like that, probably. Or no, not self, body. Wait, this is going to detect hitboxes, not the enemies themselves. We need another step here. Yeah, here it is. This bullshit. This bullshit, right. So yeah, this can't go here. We have to do this down here instead. Okay. For hidden results. There we go. We can't be confused. This refers to the collider of the enemy, the generic collision object, not the name of the bot, collider. Ultrasonic nozzle elite would be funny. It would. It might be possible at some point. Okay, what if it's in the hitbox? We get the parent. The parent of a hitbox is always the entity whose hitbox it is. That's just a project-wide paradigm. Is enemy. Okay, we don't want this part. And not entity equals body. Then we append the, wait, this doesn't exist yet. Like that. Okay, it's a bit of a longer function. Wait, this is enemies. This really will only detect enemies, so it's important to use the word correctly. What if there was an upgrade? This could be class neutral, but where it made enemies neutral until you fire, giving you a breather. So like the camo underpants in Isaac? That'd be possible, probably. Kind of possible. But it would be weird. Enemies AI doesn't really handle not having a target very well. Like, they'll sort of just keep doing their last action indefinitely. And we probably don't want to give you that much of a breather in RAM. You should always be under pressure. Maybe though. That's in the maybe box. Valid enemies. That might work. Let's go back to the shield bot. And the radius is going to be pretty big. I don't know, like 200 radius. It's a pretty big radius. And of course it still doesn't recognize this as a valid function. Okay, at this point it might run. Maybe. There's a chance. The peaceful mode around where you just kiss all the robots in their little metal foreheads. That would be a very late game upgrade. Oh, it explodes. Okay. No aggro on base nil. Did I give it the script? I did. I forget what causes this to break. I think it's just because the script itself is broken. Like the script is not compiling, and therefore that's the first thing that breaks. Okay, so what's wrong? Get enemies in radius. That is a function though, right? This is, it extends enemy AI. Enemy AI. Get enemies in radius. Yep, it's right there. So is this script broken or what? I'm gonna restart the editor to get rid of that error just to see if there's anything else that's actually breaking the script. You need to full reset to fix that bug in the editor. We are back. What is going on here? It doesn't say anything is wrong. So what's wrong with it? Oh, it doesn't think it's compatible. This may be an issue with how, like, the order that it calls the AI in it, or something. Character body. Shield bot. Yeah, this super dot ray should go at the bottom, I think, is the trick. Like here? That might fix it. Computers are fake. We all know there's a gnome inside rearranging the colors on the screen. Well, you could call it a gnome if you want. Calculate score value. What? Oh, the fucking fitness. So before, the problem was that the bot was not getting assigned its enemy type, which is a new enemy type, and there were certain things that don't know how to handle that still. Flame. Yeah, I need to fill out some fields in the enemy class here. Enemy type. Collider. And the fitness was broken. Fitness is where all those scores calculated, by the way. Wait, is that even what broke? It's actually insane how well of a job you do with making unique enemy movesets that not only sound badass in concept, but are just a cool execution. Thank you. That's, it appears to be somehow a talent of mine. But, It's pretty much just like, the only tips I can give as far as that goes are just knowing exactly what you want to happen, and sometimes you need to tweak it to get it feeling right, but like, at the core is like a concept of what you want to see happen, and once you define that with enough specificity in your mind, then you can actually start articulating it through code. You can run into problems if I think you start coding something with a perfectly clear idea of what you actually want to happen first. That's sort of how I think about it. That's usually when I get stuck. But that advice isn't really going to work for everyone, obviously. Okay, it still doesn't like it. The fitness is still broken. Where the fuck's my fitness? Not in real life. I don't have any in real life, but wheel, flame. Not fitness, shield. These ones maybe actually deserve a bit more score because they're kind of annoying to kill. Let's say 70. Why not, right? Do you have any ideas for what games to do after RAM? We sure do, or at least there's a game that I've always wanted to make since I was quite young, which eventually we'll get to if RAM is successful and we can maintain the studio after that. But I don't think I really want to share anything about that currently, except that it also happens to contain a sort of body swapping gimmick, which that was part of the reason I started working on RAM in the first place with Toby, was that he proposed a game jam with a body swapping gimmick, and I'm like, oh, I've wanted to make a game with that for like years at this point, so that sounds fun. So this is almost a trial run for that. Yeah, the dream game. I always feel a bit embarrassed calling something a dream game. It's like, it just feels a bit twee or something. Like it'll either be an unfinished non-game or a real game that isn't a dream. Those are the two states. Okay, it's still fucking broken. Oh wait, but this is the AI code itself that's actually breaking now, so that's progress. Choose next behavior. Behaviors that append option 0. Huh? It thinks... Oh, it's supposed to be a weighted... yeah, I forgot about this. So behaviors are supposed to be given in like the behavior itself and then a weight. Let me demonstrate. Where's my shield bot? Shield bot. Shield bot AI. Here we go. So instead of just giving a list with the behavior in it, it needs to be a list of lists, and each sublist contains the behavior and then its weight. So that if you had, say, 3 behaviors and they all had an equal weight, then it would choose randomly between those, but you could make one more likely to be chosen than the other ones. So it's just a more robust way of doing it that it seems redundant because you only have one behavior. Ever had a nightmare game? Not currently. Maybe one day. Alright, it breaks on a different thing now. 0... Okay, so there are no valid entities that didn't account for that case. Even though there should be that shotgunner sitting there. Oh, actually, I think I want to preemptively disqualify the player from this. If entity equals game manager dot, or no, foe. Just check foe. Because this may be like some sort of weird shit, like doing a raycast from the faux position to the faux position might return some invalid result, and I don't want that anyway. Null, and if it's not null, then we return the randomly selected entry. Alright, this time we're talking about horror games now. What about horror games? We're talking about whether they have jump scares. I don't really play a lot of horror games. I'm not too sure about those. The only one I've ever played really is Devotion. Okay, so it didn't crash yet. Yeah, so currently I think he's stuck in an idle loop because there is no valid entity to guard, and so he just has no choice but to stand there like a pleb. Alright, well, let's try giving him a guide to guard. Okay, still not working. Oh, interesting, they can block, enemy bullets too. That's not intentional, but... Okay, well he's not guarding the guy. Huh. I think maybe they only check once. What, you want to do an Azzy-Pat Halloween drawing? I'm excited for that if you manage to pull it off. Okay. Yeah, when is it checking this? Because it's going to... It'll try to navigate toward it, and if it can't, it'll abort the behavior. We might need a separate one here. Oh wait, I think it needs an initial state? How does this work, actually? No, it'll probably start with a default initial state, then load the behavior. Let's just make it check every frame. If not... It's a bit inelegant, but I just wanted to see this behavior run in isolation at all costs here. What do you plan to play on Halloween? Still not totally sure. I haven't really thought that far ahead still. What was mentioned as an option? I know that Outson wants me to play Signalis, which is a horror game of some sort. But I also was considering, like, Night in the Woods. It's not a scary game, but it's very Halloween themed. And Night in the Woods is a weird one, again, because theoretically I've watched a playthrough of it, but that was years ago, and I forget basically everything, so it would almost be a blind playthrough. I think Night in the Woods would be a kind of a chill Halloween thing. Stop it. He's not doing anything.
Daddy, make it move.
I buffed the enemy's shield too. It's harder to just punch through it with high velocity bullets. Okay, we need debug printouts clearly, because I can't tell what's happening. Let's see if it gets to here. Or let's rather see if it gets to here. Collider. Oh, it tried to run, actually. Interesting. Let's see what happens. Room enemies. There are two. It got both the shotgunners. That's a good start. If entities foe continue. What's happening? Alright, so does it pass this check? Oh wait, I inverted the fucking check. That'll do it. We want it to be empty, otherwise it's obstructed. Okay. Now it might work. Remove that. Walk him down. This guy. Do it. Do something. Wait, it's rotating the shield, but it's not moving. Oh, because I didn't tell it to fucking move. That's why. Yeah, I have to do that. What is the call you use? It just like move toward navigation point? There's gotta be an example of that somewhere. Chainbot AI. What the fuck is it? Attack. Move toward... No. Follow nav path. I think that's it. That's all you have to call. And the nav path is ideally going to be very simple, just like one point to walk toward. But if it needed to do more complex navigation, this would be a list of points that it would follow. Okay, another one. Wrong guy. Here, go. Oh, look at that. Ease Garden. He's a bit skittish, but it works. He's really trying to get that midpoint. There's no room for error. It seems like there's a bit of an offset, though. It's like... I think navigation uses the floor position. Each enemy has two positions, right? There's the position of its that it aims from in the center, but there's also the position of its physics collider on the floor. So I think what's happening is the enemy is putting its feet between the two center points, so it's kind of higher up than it should be. I have to fix that. How easy is it to circle straight after shields? Not easy currently. It needs to be easier. And yes, I do not want them absorbing enemy bullets. Let me fix that first, actually, before I forget. Okay. If causality.source equals self, I need a more general check for this. It needs to be like caused by player. Maybe I'll leave that and add another check because causality can get fucky. I don't want to assume that checking whether it's belongs to the player and you're not the player is the same thing in all cases as checking this, because it might actually not be. That owned by player? The fuck is it? I have causality up here, don't I? Caused by player. Yeah, that's defined. checking was recently player instead of is player allows for that little period after you swap out where it still has the upgrades and follows your directions. So like that's not a bug, it's supposed to do that. So this just means that if an enemy shot is coming toward you and you swap out and that shot hits you in like that 1 second grace period, the enemy collider will still absorb those bullets. Which, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad, it's just more interesting. What about checking the angle of the shield compared to the angle of the projectiles? That's already what it has to do. In order to detect whether the projectile should be caught on the shield at all. But what do you mean? What's the context for that? How easy it is to circle strafe their... Oh, you mean so they can't absorb them from behind? No, we don't want that. I think they should be able to absorb bullets from behind. This is the correct, robust way to check and make sure they don't absorb enemy bullets. Okay. Projectile.causality that caused by player does not equal... Wait. We're checking, so if the bullet's the player's and we are the player, then we don't absorb it, and vice versa. This song sounds kind of like, what am I thinking of? It's either Etchus by Boards of Canada or Rhubarb by Aphex Twin. Kind of? It reminds me of something like that. So that will help. Okay, and then the AI. What was the issue? It was like the foot position versus the center position. That was the issue. I'm in the wrong script. Here we go. You can just check that. Is it bad that you daydream about a 30-second hand-drawn animation? That's a promotional thing for RAM. Like, literally dream about this? I'm not sure what you mean, and I don't know why that would be bad either. Vote now, foot position or center position. Pretty much. It's a really big pain in the ass that it has to be 2 different positions, but there really is no way to avoid it. Because some things happen from the center of the enemy, and some things happen from the feet. It's the only way it works. Faux... Is it like foot? Is that a thing? Of course it's not. Enemy AI... Do we have a faux foot position? Oh, it's called nav pause. That's the polite way of putting it. Navigation position. It really just means foot position, though. And then... Okay, guard point. No, wait. I want to give it some grace period, so it's not trying so hard to fit between you. Like, if it's close enough, it'll stop moving. That's what I want. It's less than, I don't know, 30, 25, who knows. There we go. No, oh, body.foot position. Perfect. Okay, that probably will work now. Yeah, you caught it. I did indeed type that wrong. Alright. Oh wait, I used this song in my Gaster's theme video. I recognize this. Oh wait. Alright, guard the guy. Guard him. Nice. Yeah, that's more like it. It's just kind of shuffling around. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nuh-uh. That's really annoying. Like, incredibly annoying. Wow. Yep. Alright, well that works. Currently, you can deflect bullets that are orbiting a collider. I'm not... It probably shouldn't be possible to do that. Oh, hey, Molly. How's it going? You speedrun some new assets. Oh, new assets, not for anything specific, just new assets. How's the game doing? I just got the thing to work. I can show you. They don't know how to die yet. Ignore that. They enter purgatory when they die, but... So that guy's not real, but... check this out. Dude, enemy, I'm this one. This guy will stand between me and the other enemy, so I can't shoot at him. They're real dicks like that. Currently, there is no counter for this. You just have to deal with it. Okay. That's fucked. You like it? Yeah. Have you seen this enemy in action yet, Molly? I'll show off its basic behavior real quick. It intercepts bullet. That's what this guy does. You can suck the bullets. You can see it just throws the grenades back normally now, which is actually much funnier in my opinion than having them explosively turn into lasers. It also knows how to tackle, which generates more bullets. So it's pretty good. There we go. Yeah, and we can spawn, I don't know. Yeah, but what happens if they try to guard each other? Someone mentioned that, like that'd be a really funny scenario to test. What are they gonna do? Oh, they're not sure about it. Oh wait, maybe it doesn't disqualify enemies that are dead. Yeah, they've both chosen to guard these two, even though they're dead. Okay, so that needs to change. Enemies make their own bullet hell. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so they need to not guard dead guys. I can't believe that's a real thing, I have to tell you. Entity equals foe or MP dot dead. Continue. Wait, but we don't know if they're enemies necessarily. Oh, they are just enemies, really, though. Yeah, why would they need to guard something that isn't an enemy, really? They probably wouldn't. More specifically, it was a stream asset and general branding assets, because Spooky Month. Ooh, Halloween, Molly, that's exciting. That's very exciting. We were just talking about what I might stream for Halloween, and there wasn't anything super concrete yet, but I was considering Signalis or Night in the Woods as a possibility. Are you gonna stream anything specific for Halloween, Molly, you think? Or just like more comment response streams with Halloween vibes? Yeah, two of these. Night in the Woods is fucking sick. Yeah, I know, it's a good one for Halloween. The thing is, I've technically watched a playthrough of it years ago, but I forget enough that I think I could... Oh, what are they doing? Will they achieve instability? They're both jockeying for which one's guarding the other one. This is something. I've created perpetual motion here. This is fucked. Okay, what if one's slower than the other one, though? It's the fucking Collider-mobile. If I manage to get through most of or all the comments in the coming month, or if I really want to, I'm sure I'll either stream Yumi Nikki or Voices of the Void. Oh yeah, that would be sick. See, what an advantage. Both of the games you wanted to stream anyway are perfect Halloween streams. You really got it set, Molly. This is hilarious, by the way. I love this behavior. Energy crisis has been solved. Yeah, totally. What if we, you know, what's gonna happen? This should be interesting. Chaos theory. Because they push each other. Their shields will push each other too. Yeah, this is fucked. You didn't intend on it, but I guess me being on the horror kick of sorts, since summer has worked into my benefit. Yeah, yeah. Oh look, they've synced up. The shield is impenetrable. Wow. Can I... There we go. The behavior is less complex than I thought it would be. The fixed point is they're all just in the same spot.
I'm fucking invincible!
I realized, by the way, I checked to see where my comment was on the queue to be read in those streams, and it's like... It's not even halfway to the bottom. It's like 1/3 to the bottom. I waited way too long before I commented, so... That'll be like, what, several weeks from now? That might be read. I'll have to pay attention. Let's do a funny thing first, though. Hang on. Throwing the grenades back. I think you'll agree that this is much funnier, actually, than the lasers ever were. Because you get shit like... Just the repeated bonking. It's insane how many comments are from the first week. Yeah, I know, it's totally like an exponential decay you get. Because all like the hardcore weirdos are gonna watch it on day one, right? And then like the people later, as it hits more broader audiences, they're more normies and they don't leave the comments as much, so that's how it works. Even though they're dead, you can sort of dust them off to the side with the shield repulsion. Just kind of clean them up here. You tuned in just as your comment was being read? Fucking clutch, timeless. Very clutch. If the AI output was acceleration, it would be chaotic. Oh, you mean from like control theory standpoint? It was like that in part 1. We hit the weeks ago portion of the comments by the end of the first part 1 stream. But this time, yeah, there's way more comments this time, right? Because the video is just longer. There's more to comment on. You got a bunch of those hype comments. There's probably lots of reasons. Wait, since they're being thrown as grenades, can another collider catch it? Probably. Let's test that. Give me the nades. This guy's running at me like a crazy dude. That super works, yep. Is he gonna throw them back? Oh wait, the AI doesn't know how to throw things back anymore, so we can't do this forever, but that's really fucking funny. Wait, but I can load this guy up and then become it, and then do that. Yeah, I like this enemy. It seems pretty fun. Pretty fun. You can get pretty good DPS too, hang on. If you, just let them use some ammo real quick. I might want to make it a bit harder to catch the grenades because it's like super easy currently. Turn off their AI and... get like 700 DPS. Are the grenades a special upgrade? No, it's just if the routers throw a grenade and you catch it, then you get to keep the grenade. It's as simple as that. Very good. Yeah, imagine doing that to CPU during its vulnerability period. That would be sick. I haven't tested CPU with this guy too much, actually. I wonder, does it work? Actually, I forget the name of the boss floor. I could try testing that. Wait, what? Alright, let's go. Oh, I think there's a glitch where if you attack the pillars with the charge, you'll be sent flying at the speed of sound. Yes. Yeah, we don't want to do that. That's not intended behavior. Tackling the pillar debris should have a special interaction. Well, I think the normal interaction is currently fine. It just gives you more bullets. That's exactly what you'd want to happen. Spot. Supersonic. Oh, hey, Toby. Yeah, it's because of the weight difference. It's always the fucking weight difference. Uh-oh. That's coming. Got a grenade. Nice. Yeah, it just lets you farm more bullets. Pretty effective against the boss. Especially because you can farm projectiles from the enemy pillars. He's mobile too. And you have the dash as a close range, like, panic button. Always good. The aphids aren't very useful. Oh, I fucking pan-seared myself. That's hilarious. You can't tackle superheated aphids. Yeah. Give me a new guy. Ooh, got a big boost there for some reason. This guy doesn't do the most damage, really, but its survivability is pretty good. That's nice. Hang on a sec, sir. Oh, I didn't spawn it. We're back. I love the rotor towers. Just feed me more grenades. Even the flame ring kinda helps. You got a lot of options as this guy. Yeah, not too bad. But if you leave this guy to guard the boss, that would be a huge pain. Alright. The bullets on the dead colliders last forever. Well, the colliders are supposed to despawn when they die. They don't have a death animation because that's tied to their sprite sheet currently. So they just stay there forever. Still OP? I don't think it's that OP, Toby. I still don't think it's actually that strong. The DPS of this guy is actually lower than all the other bots currently, I think. Pitch thought this music was an ice cream truck outside. One day, I'm still waiting. One day I'm gonna hear an ice cream truck that's just playing fucking chiptune Megalovania or something. You know, the Zoomers don't get pulled in by Yankee Doodle anymore. We need Megalo. I might run for a quick snack at this point, take a piss break maybe, and then figure out what new behaviors to add to this, because that's the basic behavior we want, but they need to have a couple states to move between, you know? Sometimes they're guarding, sometimes they're trying to tackle you, sometimes they're retaliating if they have enough bullets. Was the slam velocity glitch fixed? No, you still get that boost sometimes, and I'm not totally sure what causes it. How does that work with ice cream trucks, by the way? Do they need to get the rights to play whatever they do? Like, if an ice cream truck plays Megalovania, who's gonna sue them? Is Toby Fox going to hear that ice cream truck and like send a lawyer to say stop? He's not gonna do that. Like, you could totally just get away with it if you wanted. What happens to the bullets when the collider dies? They'll probably comically shoot away all at once in a big cloud. I think that'd be funny. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna take a quick break now. Hold thinks that the collider's shield power should be reduced because it's too safe. All right, let's try that. It's one button. Where is it? Let's see how that feels. Didn't go eat nuts, did you? No, I ate a sugar cookie. Shoot me. So if I'm charging at him with a low shield, I'm gonna take damage through that. It still stops bullets if I'm standing still, though. The red one, that's not even enough to stop them from a standstill. What about grenades? I think I want grenades to be harder to stop in general. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, there's no way to get through the shield with a grenade currently. He's trying. I'm allergic to snacks, yep. Okay. I think there's a pretty easy way to make grenades accelerate less in the shield, which is apply shield effects. Shield power. I think it's as simple as this. Effective shield power. Power if or actually this the other way. Equals cut it in half or something if the projectile's a grenade, else just return the shield power. Here, here, here. Okay, that'll do something. More like 40mm Bofors bot. Yeah, basically. It's crazy to you how coders can process any of this. I guess you learn to read it a bit quicker over time, but it's not like I can just glance at this and know exactly what it's doing. It's mostly like I remember what this is doing because I wrote it a second ago. Or not literally a second ago, but it's like you remember what this is basically doing, and then you look at the individual parts and go, oh yeah, this is where this thing happens, that's where that thing happens. Reading someone else's code is more difficult. What stops a grenade from exploding if it's in your orbit? It gets set to be in stasis, which is like a flag that stops it from updating. Okay, let's try it. Okay. Yeah. It's still pretty easy to pick the grenade up. But, like, you can't... What I want to avoid is just rapidly swiping the shield over it, then instantly acquiring the grenade. Which seems to happen if it's stopped. Oh, that's the issue. Is that the grenade already decelerates to 0. And so as soon as the shield touches it, it doesn't matter how low the shield power is. It's already not moving, so it's going to grab the grenade. Interesting. I wonder how to work around that. should you have to work around that? Like, I want to clarify you didn't mean the shield power variable, but the vague concept of the shield strength in combat. Well, that is the shield power, though. Like, that's sort of the only... It has a width, and it has shield power. And aside from that, like, that's the only ways you can control it, really. Yeah, I don't know how to fix that exactly. Because the only other option is to have, like, a timer on picking up the grenade. But that's also, like, counterintuitive. Like, how do you tell how close a grenade is to being captured if it's just an arbitrary timer instead of its velocity being tracked? I don't know. That's the question, is how important is it that this guy is vulnerable to grenades? Should it be vulnerable to grenades? Like, what I could see happening is if there was like a custom behavior, as you hold the, well, that's the thing, Toby, a max speed grenade shouldn't be catchable, but as soon as that max speed grenade hits the ground, which it always will before it explodes anyway, it decelerates to 0, and so it's no longer at max speed, and you can catch it immediately. The grenades can't actually hit you from a rotor, like, their collision damage is just disabled because it feels too horrible to play against if they're not disabled. And so, like, even if the shield's pointing away from the grenade, they'll still catch it. Wait, even that one? Okay, that seems broken, actually. Yeah, those should not be getting caught. That's a bug. Interesting. Interesting. What's causing that? Where do we check if it's in the correct angle? In stasis. Nearby projectiles. Oh, if it's here. Ah, but it'll still detect it. It'll still, if it's 0, it doesn't check the angle. That's fucked up. Yeah, that should be over here. There we go. So that should make it a bit easier to get hit by grenades. Yeah, so now I can be physically hit by them at least. That's something. Can you die already? Ah, so they can kind of get through the shield, actually. If they're thrown at you with a bit of oomph, that one got through. Yeah, I think before it looked like it was just impossible to not pick them up because it was. Like, even if they get through and land behind you, you'd still pick them up. So now you are actually a bit vulnerable. Okay, but this brings another thing into question now, which is you can't tell whether the grenades have been picked up or not because they don't change color. We need to add a way for grenades to change color when they're deflected or change ownership, because that's just not a thing at all currently. So let's code that. Mood ring grenades, exactly. Make them turn blue? Well, no. Currently, they're either red or yellow, depending on whether they're player controlled or enemy controlled. So currently that's a fucking animation that plays. Like, update. Let's put it here. Update appearance. Is that how you spell appearance? I think so. So this will update its appearance based on whether or not the player controls the grenade. There's an animation. How does this normally work? Sprite.animation. You just set it directly. Actually, here we go. Causality, there we go. We change this to owned by player. And that's it. And we have to call this whenever its causality changes somehow, which currently doesn't have a callback. Everyone in chat's freaking out over the music. I haven't been paying attention, sorry. Megalovania is... It's not quite the Rickroll. Maybe for a period it was. It's... I feel like Megalovania memes are less common nowadays. The Rickrolls are generation's Rickroll. It still is, yeah. Can hit. Wait a minute. I have to put this fucking somewhere. I don't want the parent class to have to call it, but like take damage, that's when it's deflected, it'll automatically change color. We can do that. Like here. Wait, where's super.take damage? There. Right now, caused. But yeah, I think the collider is going to have to manually call that. I don't know how else to do it, besides having a callback from causality to the grenade to tell it that the causality has been changed, which may be a good way to do it ultimately, but I don't want to make a change that drastic at the moment. It's in here. No. Capture projectile, here we go. That'll work. It's not the prettiest though. Throwing red grenades as a collider and having them bonk is a bit cursed. Yeah, well, we fixed that now, I think. I hope. Did it change? Oh, I think they are, but they're still turning purple because of the random tint that you apply. Yeah, I don't think I want them to be purple anymore, but you can see they're yellow when I throw them. Weird. Okay. Where does it set the tint on them? Oh. Oh, it's in here. I think I want to move this to here. I don't even know if I want to change the color ultimately. What is it like if I just don't change the color? I want to test that. Today I learned that's yellow. It's a very strange shade of yellow. It's more of a brown. Brown. It's a little bit uncanny, but they turn blue though, which is already a color change. I think I might like that better actually. I don't know if there's really a good reason to turn them purple. Oh wait, there's still a red grenade there. What the fuck's that doing? What's that guy doing? Oh, it falls out of orbit. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, this is the third orbital, so eventually this grenade is gonna fall out onto the ground. Yeah, there it just falls. That has a really long timer on it though. That's weird. And why are some of the bullets still fucking red? Huh? Oh, oh yeah, they can still get deflected. Alright, I'll fix that now, actually. They shouldn't be able to take damage while they're in stasis. That's a simple fix. See, why have it nested? Turn. That should fix it. You can make the color values go, I assume you mean above 111? Yeah, apparently that's for high dynamic range lighting, which I've messed with a bit, but I've never been able to make it work very well. Okay, yellow. Let's get an explosion, see if it changes. Okay, the explosion no longer seems to deflect or change the bullet's color. That's good. That's what you want. Pretty cool. I think the flame bullets may actually be deflectable still because they don't get put into stasis, but that's a minor problem, to say the least. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That's better. Oh, they don't do anything unless there's an enemy to guard. That's interesting. Yeah, now he's got some pep in his step, but if I kill his friend, I think he'll sort of lose the will to live. like doggy style. That sounded kind of bad, actually. You know what I mean. Everyone's favorite Undertale NPC, Dogamy. So if I kill the deadlift, he just stops. Yeah, he's like,
Well, what do I do now? I don't know. What the fuck do I do now?
Interesting. It doesn't even matter if the flame gets deflected, it can't leave anyway. Yes, but the flame would stop damaging enemy robots if it got deflected. That's the only bit of jank. It fades really quickly anyway, though. It's not a huge deal. I want to see if... This seems like it'll naturally make the deadlift grapple the collider trying to guard it. And then you'll have this, yeah, this bullshit. Like, what the fuck do you do about that? The deadlifts can't actually launch the colliders very far, though, because they're heavier. That's a funny interaction. That's the joy of this, though, is you get interactions that you never actually thought about when you programmed the bots. Dogamy sounds like a dirty act. What doesn't, Pidge? What doesn't? I think it's just a pun on, like, monogamy and dog. Like a dog that's married. No, I'm just having fun. Uh-oh. That's not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to be programming. Does that imply Dogaress is cheating on Dogamy? No, that implies that she is the wife of the Doge of Venice or something. Isn't that Dogaressa? Yeah, the Dogaressa is apparently the female version of Doge, which is a term of lordship that was used in Venice in the Renaissance or something. So it works on many layers, but what else is new? It's a Toby Fox game. Okay, yeah, we need more AI complexity. What else does it do? So first things first, when it gets enough bullets, it should try to shoot back at you, instead of just infinitely absorbing more bullets. So let's add another state. Retaliate. See, we don't need a comma there. How's progress? Asks Mel. It's pretty good. We have the colliders guarding shit. We have, we fixed some bugs with the bullets not changing color when you pick them up and stuff. The grenades change color properly now. Turns out the grenades didn't actually need to be in the shield to get picked up, so that's fixed. States.retaliate. Yes, okay. Equals a dictionary, the first term of the dictionary. Enter. What will the final Pazer sprite look like? Do you mean collider or what? What do you mean by that? What's a Pazer? That looks like a typo. Oh, laser probably, right? I'm not sure. We're getting Pen to redo the laser sprite, but we haven't seen it yet. I have no idea what it'll actually do for that. Okay, so an entry. I guess we just start retaliating. I don't fucking know. toggle retaliation true. Is that how you do it? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. That should be basically all we need. States that don't involve movement are much simpler to code than states that do. Oops. That's the booby operator. We don't need that one right now. Define a paser. It could be like a maser, which is a microwave laser, apparently. Or that's what I looked up on Wikipedia after Wonder from ACDS started talking about masers. Okay. Process. What are we doing? We want to aim at the player. So... I saved that line of code. Here it is. I think that's all we want to do. We gradually move the aim direction toward the actual direction of the player. Oh, aim direction. It's body that aim direction. Body contains the aim direction. That's the actual direction that the attacks will be aimed in. And I guess if you run out of bullets, you stop firing. Does that happen automatically? Yeah, it'll get toggled to false. So if we can just check if retaliation is false and then leave the state, basically. Or rather, if not, body dot retaliating. Behavior. It's spelled the Canadian way in the code too, huh? Nice. Color is the one term I have to compromise on, because it's hard-coded in the engine that color is spelled without a U, so I just have to conform to that. Wait. Just in chat, we stan lesbians, uvu. Fuck yeah, Pidge. True words never spoken, Pidge, yep. I have no idea where that came from. Exit behavior completed. Because that's... honestly, I forget what the difference between aborted and a completed at this point is to the code. Even if there is no difference, there might be one eventually, so I like to keep it up, you know, go through the motions. And that's what it does. Okay, that's a very simple state. All it does is fucking holds down the fire button. It should probably move a little bit, like in some direction. What direction should it move, though? Or maybe it shouldn't move. Maybe it just stands in place because it's an enemy. Chat has entered lesbian arc. Wonderful. Which has no similarity to Neko arc. Is there like a stop moving? Yeah, just stand the fucking place. Okay, and how do we choose when to do this? Well, you see, when you're guarding, if you get too many bullets, you might want to start shooting back. I think that's how you do it. Okay, so I think the way I want to do this is that every frame there's a certain chance, depending on how many bullets it has, to transition to the retaliate state. A lesbian stream win. I don't know if I have any locally sourced renewable supplies of lesbians. Cherry, sorry. It's completely random, by the way, whether I call you Cherry or Pidge. It seems just my brain picks a new one every time. Okay, what the fuck was I doing? I'm getting too distracted by the fucking lesbians. I have to program this shit. Alright, so let's make a chance of transitioning, retaliation chance. Body dot captured dot size. No size. Divided by a large number and probably to the power of 2. This is a bit interesting to think about. So it's per frame, so you want to divide by 60 anyway. Or multiply by delta is the more robust way to do it, I guess. That was interesting to think of multiplying a probability by time. That's just like integrating a probability density function, I guess. That makes sense. But also divided by a large number. Orbit. Is that the term? Base orbit capacities? Base orbital capacities. So my idea here is that this part of the equation here in the brackets will evaluate to 1 when it's filled up its entire orbit. And so that corresponds to, once you multiply with delta, there is a... What is it? I guess it's a guaranteed per second? That's a bit strange. 100% chance per second. Easier to think about if we consider the case where it's like you filled up half the orbital, this evaluates to 0.5, and so there's a 50-50 chance per second that you'll start retaliating. But I want it to increase less to start with and then ramp up more as you reach that first orbital. So I want to put this to some sort of like larger power, I think. I can demonstrate what that does to the curve in Desmos in a second. I wonder if 2 is enough, maybe even 3. Alright, let's get some Desmos. So this curve currently is what? So the number of bullets is B, divided by C for the capacity of the first orbital. So this is like 12 currently. And B is the number of bullets that we have. I guess I'll make that X so that we can just track it. So as X increases, the number of bullets the collider is holding increases. So this divided by that. But then we give the whole thing an exponent. To the power of P. Right, so at P equals 2, that's what I've set it to now. Where's the 1? So, yeah, here we go. So 12 is the capacity of the first orbital. As the orbital fills up, it'll have a very, very small chance of retaliating at like 4 bullets. And the number here corresponds to the probability per second. So here there is a 10% chance per second that it'll retaliate. But once you get to, where is it? 12 itself, there is now a guaranteed chance that it will retaliate within 1 second. Which I think works. I might want to bring it down a bit. It's weird that it gets to a guaranteed chance, though. There's probably another way of making the equation that it's never guaranteed, but it seems fine to me. That's probably good for now. That'll do. Okay, why doesn't it like that, though? Expected expression after square bracket? Oh. The first orbital, that's what I meant. X plus 5 over C plus 10, yeah, that kind of thing would do it, but I don't want to... It's a bit harder to think about those kind of equations, and I'd rather just keep it like this at the moment. Your brain's struggling to wrap around the probability of running every frame. Well, it's going to run every frame, but we just multiply it by the fraction of time that's elapsed. So basically, if it runs 60 times per second, but we're multiplying the probability by 1 over 60, which is delta, that eventually cancels out to be like that probability per second. It's very true, Pidge. A booty call and a butt dial are two very different things. That's the kind of insight you need to let that sink in, and I mean that unironically. That's the kind of thing you have to think about during a programming live stream. Yes, okay, now if random number is less than retaliation chance, we set the state. This is how you do state transitions. We just make the state retaliate. And it's as simple as that. And yeah, exit behavior will force it back into this, which will inevitably return guard again. So it'll just fill up, eventually retaliate, finish retaliating, and then go back to guarding in an endless cycle. So let's see if that works. You're so excited for Ram stories. It will be one of the best science fiction stories of all time, I'm sure. You're very confident. I'm not sure why, but I guess I appreciate it. I wouldn't go that far. You have to remember that I've never written technically anything before. Besides, like, election trucking. So I'll be learning on the job. Okay, let's... Guy. Okay. So he has a 10% chance per second to shoot that bullet back at me, even now, I think. Let's accelerate that, though. Wait, did I shoot red? Oh no, they're red because the enemy absorbed them. He's not doing it. Oh. Oh. Wait, it took until then? Huh, that's strange. It shouldn't have taken that long, but also it exploded. Wait, what's the typo? Oh, aim direction. Captured projectiles dot size. That's fine, times delta. Huh. I don't know why it took that long. I really don't. Oh, unless it's doing integer division. Oh, that's probably it. Fuck. These are both integers. If you divide an integer by an integer, it'll truncate the decimal. It'll round it down to 0. That's my mistake. Can I just cast it to a float? I think that'll work. Make the likelihood go up as time passes? Well, it'll happen like that anyway, though. Like, if there's some likelihood, it'll eventually just happen as time passes anyway, because it'll have more and more rolls of the dice. There's no reason to double dip on that functionality. Alright, he's got bullets. Oh, wait, is it gonna do it? Oh, you missed. You missed, sir. Why did you shoot them backward? What the fuck? What's he doing? Are you okay, sir? He's having trouble. Aim direction. Was the aim direction not rotated? Yeah. Body.aim direction equals body.aim direction dot lerp. We're lerping it toward to foe, which should just be the Wait a minute, should it be like direction to foe? Will that make a difference? Because that's normalized. There may be some weird interaction trying to lerp a normalized vector toward a not normalized vector. That's my only guess currently. We're shooting at the center? Huh. Well, let's see, let's try that again. Why is he not retaliating? Oh, it's because there's... Yeah, you need someone to guard to retaliate for some reason. Oh, there we go. Except it doesn't update? What? Ah. Fucking weird. Wait, what? I don't get it. Fuck off. Wait, no, I need the AI turned on. Oh, it died. Great. They're shooting at the center, really? Yeah, I might be right. Come on, retaliate. What the fuck? Okay, let's look at the shield bot code and see what the fuck it's actually trying to aim at. Shoot! Capture projectile. Direction. Oh, it wants to use this lerped player position. No. AI will handle that. Just use aim direction. Wait, global position to direction to global mouse position. That is just aim direction. It's this code is it's old, okay? Just aim direction. Actually, there. Oh, that's the wrong guy. Excuse me, sir. You can't be here. There we go. Alright. Don't mind that guy. Oh yeah, there we go. That's really fucking hard to dodge, apparently. Holy shit. I think it shouldn't lerp as quickly, maybe. What does lerp even do for a vector? Like what? Let me look that up. What do you mean vector doesn't... Oh no, it's searching for fucking vector. Why is it easier just to Google search for the Godot docs than to search in the Godot docs themselves for the thing you want? That's fucked up. Lerp. I should have explained, by the way, that lerp is just short for linear interpolate, which is just like, you know, moving from one point to another over time. Oh, it just averages the vectors, basically. It's that simple. Okay, so they're both normalized, so that's doing 10% per frame. That's really fast. Maybe it just needs to be much slower. Yeah, this number. Times delta? We'll see if that works. That's a smaller number than 0.1. Outson was out today. How was the stream? It's been pretty good. We're making some progress. It's a bit tricky though. I recommended your dream video to someone. It came up, we were talking about that Friday Night Funkin' mod where the Delta cast was in it, and they're like, I don't know who that one guy is. I was like, oh, that's Outson. Here, there. Oops, I don't want to beat this guy. Why does the shield feel weaker now? Did I make the enemy's shield weaker? What the fuck? I made the player's shield weaker, but it feels easier to shoot through now. Weird. Is that a side effect of that change I made to the apply shield effects function? I gotta test this. Once you swap to an enemy, it leaves the shield at player strength. Maybe it shouldn't, but that's worth checking. That should be handled in the apply enhancements function. Or toggle enhancement, rather. Base shield power equals shield power level, which should be 0 if it's an enemy. Yeah, it's 1.2. But is base shield power being converted to real shield power, though? That's the question. That's an update overburden penalties. No? No, that's fine. I think it's normal. Where's apply shield? Okay, let's just maintenance this function real quick. See, we don't even need this line. This just won't run if there's nothing to iterate over. In stasis. Oh yeah, it is different. This does change how it works, because previously if a bullet was traveling less than 50 pixels per fucking second, or whatever that speed is, it would be captured in here. And previously, the angle of the shield was only checked in this branch. So this means that any bullet going less than 50 speeds would be captured even if it wasn't in the shield area, if it was anywhere within that radius around you. So that indirectly weakens the shield in a weird way. So I have to buff the enemy's fucking shield strength now. That's a weird interaction. Let's try that. Less than 50 speeds. Yeah, the speeds don't really have a unit. I think that's pixels per second, technically. Oh yeah, that's better. That's how you want it to feel. Oh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so, that's what I mean about that delay, but after you swap out, you get 1 second where they still behave like a player. You can shoot through the shield. Because it doesn't detect the bullets as coming from an enemy, because it still counts as the player for a second. That's an interesting interaction. Yeah, that's neat. Also, when the player swaps away, the orbiting bullets keep the color. Yeah, we probably want to change them. That's a good point. You can brute force the shield bot with a swap. I wonder if it's better in that case just to keep the shield, like, off during that period. Because it'd be weird that you could shoot through it anyway, but enemies would get blocked still. Maybe that's good, though. I don't know. It's a tough one. Okay, so, our guy needs some way of existing without having someone to guard. I think that's a good next step. So if there's no one to guard, what does a shield bot do? I guess it tries to, well, what would it do? I guess it would sort of hound the player and try to tackle it if it didn't have any bullets. So, like, alternately pursuing the player for a tackle and just sort of standing around. Clyder becomes depressed when no one is around. Yeah, basically. So that's a more complex behavior. So, like, we'll need a state for tackling, we'll need a state for positioning for the tackle, we'll need a state for whatever it's doing when it's not doing that, which is probably just picking some spot to, I don't know. It can't really... How does it stand in the way of your bullets if there's nothing else that you're shooting at? I guess it would just sort of circle you? It might just want to circle you or something kind of generic like that. Or maybe it sort of gradually moves toward you. I think I like that idea. It's like in a series of kind of steps, it just sort of pursues you, and if it gets too close, then you get tackled. Or it just chases you. Just immediately chases you like a madman. That could be interesting. That sounds like a dating sim. Pretty much, yeah, it's the same mechanic. But do I want this to convey their bot's personality? I want it to kind of be hustling around like a football player or something. I'm trying to visualize it. Well, do the hustle. I'm not sure what the hustle would look like, though. Wonder what you'll do about the collider in a narrow corridor. Yeah, they will block all the bullets in a corridor. You're right about that. Well, if you pump enough bullets into the shield, it'll have to retaliate by dropping the shield, but that doesn't really give you any option to survive the retaliation either. So that's a bit tricky, yeah. They can really hold a corridor pretty well. As a steel toe, you would have a chance to, as soon as they drop the shield, if you nail drivered them, they would just die, but as other bots, maybe not so much. You can push yourself through the shield using certain techniques. Like with the recoil from a nail driver again, you can move through it. Maybe with a router dash, you should also be able to move through it. That's a case of tuning the shield strength to allow you to pass through it if you try hard enough. Make them sidestep a lot to hustle. That's already kind of what the deadlifts do though. When they're closing in on you, they'd like randomly move back and forth. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I made a bug a while ago. When I changed that thing from using the mouse position, that was wrong. Shoot. Yeah, so aim direction is only one direction, is the thing. This will mean that all the bullets shoot out parallel to each other, which is fine-ish. No. Yeah, how does that work for an enemy? Anyway, for a player at the very least, each bullet individually should point toward the mouse instead of all going the same direction. So they have a focal point. Deadlift can fuck a collider with the grapple? Yes, the deadlifts can punch them through the shield. So that to... Or no, wait, no. It's p.global position. Dot global position dot direction to global mouse position. I'm seeing future bugs pop up everywhere here because once you swap out, this is no longer defined anymore. Whatever, I'll fix that later. Why did I make a aphid? Go away. Alright, how does the shooting work? They still don't shoot because I didn't add that state. Can it hit me? What was it doing just then? They're still really fucking strong. That's fucking scary. Yeah. It's not perfectly balanced. Okay, well that can be improved at a later date. I still wanted to... Oh, the music's over. On to the next one of the same genre. Yumi Tuki, serene and soothing music mix. Track 1, Eyeball Cherry Fields, Giant Toilet. There you go. Oh, Cherry Fields Giant Toilet is Pidge's full name. I didn't know that. It's beautiful, actually. It's like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Cherry Fields Giant Toilet. Okay. We need a new state.
And I'm not talking about Hawaii.
Let's do position, approach for tackle, and tackle. I'm not talking about Alaska either. Did Alaska come after Hawaii? I don't actually know. Why is there a comma after that return? Oh, it's because this is a list of dictionary keys. And so this is one key, and after that's over, you need a comma delimiter to make the next key. So it looks weird, but that's actually correct. You surround lambdas and brackets. Can you do that? What, like just normal brackets? Like that? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, this? Like that. Ah, okay, that's interesting. Because then I could do that. That's a bit more coherent, but I mean, I'm just gonna keep it the same, obviously. Wait, if you're the collider and there are only 1 or 2 routers, I will collect their grenades, then unleash them. Save several grenades for the next locked room. That is a good point. I think what you're getting at is that, like, there's a temptation to stay and hoard or, like, farm enemies for bullets as the collider. I'm not sure how to avoid that besides the the perennial thing I defer to, which is some sort of global time-based difficulty scaling will disincentivize that a little bit. Part of what would disincentivize that too is that you get slowed down by having too many bullets. So if you go over that 1 orbital limit, then you're going to be walking slower, which is a pain. What about the decay? That's still there. Okay, guard, retaliate. Well, tackle's gonna be easier. Let's do that one first. basically body.start tackle. Oh wait, no, I can just move toward. That's an engine function. Isn't there one that's just like move toward the foe? I thought we had that. Apparently not. Whatever. And then the process is just continue to move toward the foe, I guess. Just do that. And how does it detect when it's not tackling anymore? Oh, end tackle. If tackling equals false. Easy. Easy mode. Process. Body.tackling. Okay, that's really simple, but now approaching for the tackle is the hard part. We could, I mean, if you wanted to do it the easy way, the collider could just literally charge at the player in a straight line until it's close enough, but it's usually more interesting and fair to make them take a more indirect path. Okay, well maybe let's just as a test, let's make one that's just a charge directly forward and see how that works. Enter. Do we even need an enter for this? I guess we check if the player is reachable. Foe reachable. There we go. And the way I've written this navigation system is that if you check if the foe is reachable, it has to calculate a path to the foe anyway to do that. And so by default, you would have to check, calculate the path, and if it was, you would have to calculate the path again to actually get to it. But I've made it every time you do a calculation, it saves that path, and it'll just intelligently, if you ask for that same path again for any reason, it'll like realize that it just calculated that, and it won't repeat the math. So this is safe to do, it doesn't lose any time. If not foe reachable, and that's it. lose bullets on room transitions? You might actually. And that might be for the best to prevent some degree of farming, so who knows. Oh, hang on. I'll be back in just a sec. Okay, back. Literal bullet farming. You carry all your bullets to the end of all the levels where there's a patch of dirt, and you can sow them and water them to make a gun tree. That would be very cute. Ironically, the aphids don't use bullets, though. My mom caught me ramming out. What do I do? You'll have to ram yourself out of a window at that rate. There's no saving that. What's the soundtrack? This is Yumi Tuki music. Ambient Yumi Tuki playlists. Reminds you of Omori? I wonder why. They're Yumi Tuki and Omori. You could say they're both Yumi Nikki fan games. Yumi Tuki online stream when? I'll leave that one to Molly. She's already said that she might do that one day. Okay, process. What are we doing here? Right, I said I would just make the fighter charge directly at you, so this shouldn't be very hard to implement. How did they do it before? There's some way of doing this. I'm forgetting how to use my own navigation code, though. Let's do it just fucking quick and dirty for the stream here. Let's just do this. This will be broken in some cases where it has to actually navigate, but I can't fucking remember at this point what the correct way to do it is. I'll figure it out later. Is less than, I don't know, tackle range. Set state. Tackle, we need to define tackle range as a global constant. That'll be like, I don't know, 50 maybe? Something like that. maybe 60. This is going to be really hard to avoid at the moment, though. It's just going to run right at you and kill you. Oops. Oh wait, I didn't give it the ability to enter that state. That's not going to work. We'll do something. Alright. Is trying to kill me. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, that's a bit strong. Jesus Christ. Okay, so you see the problem right now is that they don't actually use the cooldown. They know there's a cooldown somewhere, but they're not looking at it. They're just calling the start tackle function directly. You can dodge them by moving to the side, but like, holy shit, that's scary. That's so fucking busted. Okay. Okay, here's what you do in this function, though. You can check the cooldown here. If body dot special. Okay, this sounds like an Omori song. For a second, it sounded like the "See You Tomorrow," I think. It's just similar enough, but just different enough too. If body.special cooldown is less than... I don't think it caps at 0, you can just check if it's less than 0. Then we add this to behaviors. Okay. That should be a little bit more fair. He's coming. Oh. Oh yeah, you can't do that. So, because that state's forbidden and the guard state does nothing, it just has to wait for the cooldown to go away before it starts moving again. Ow. It's also not maintaining the shield. Oh, that's sad. It can't get close enough because the shield pushes you. Okay, we need to extend the tackle range, clearly. To like 75, at least. Is there a state-independent update? I feel like there should be one of those, right? Extend tackle range. That's not a Viagra joke, Pidge. I don't know what you even mean by that. Okay, I think I do actually want to maintain this. Or I'll call it delayed foe position. Yeah, I want to find that state-independent update. Where is that? Is that a thing? On death. Update. Targeting data, aggro. State independent update. There it is. There it is. Okay. I guess I put this here. Do I plan on playing Undertale Yellow? Yeah, I guess I will. I don't see why not. Yeah, I wasn't really planning on it, but now that you mention it, seems kind of obvious. I'll give it a try. Okay. We always got to be rotating that shield toward the foe. Rotor seems to fit more in Mario Kart than in a battlefield. Well, that's kind of the joke. You did say that Delta Traveler was the closest you'd ever get to an Undertale playthrough. Well, I think all fan games are equally close and or far from an Undertale playthrough. Quite a bit of Delta Traveler really was just Undertale with like some characters swapped out. Undertale Yellow is probably more different actually. Delayed foe position. Yeah, okay, so I think that Retaliate shouldn't actually update this because we're not using aim direction. That has to be defined on a per bullet basis. So what we have to do here is inelegantly reference the AI class from the body class. So it's while retaliating. Oh no, it's shoot. Here we go. If this player else oh wait, here's what you do. Put the ternary inside the function. Ooh. Delayed foe. Delayed faux pas? Faux pas, yes. Is that what it's called? It is indeed. Okay, that should work then. Retaliate's a very simple state. It literally just toggles it on, then toggles it off when it's done. Let's see how that goes. Okay, he's charging at me. Yep, that's frightening. You have to... It's actually really easy to dodge if you just move to the side. Huh. Whoop. Whoop. Not even hard. Actually, that makes him really vulnerable because, like, if you get behind him, its shield is immediately on the other side from you. Ow. Oof, ouch. Still kind of scary, though. Yeah, that's if you know the tackle's coming. So I guess... It still doesn't know how to fucking retaliate. I guess we should also run a check for retaliation anytime it goes back to the choose behavior. It'll have to be a slightly different check though, because it's not once per frame. What's the best way to do that? Well, we could copy paste this. Oh, actually, it's a very natural way of doing this. We already have probability weights here. We just give the weight as the retaliation chance, which we already calculated, but not times delta. So this will mean, in effect, it's a bit counterintuitive, but like, if this has the full first orbital filled, and it reaches this get weighted behavior options, this will be given the weight of 1, which means that it has an equal chance to guard, to tackle, or to retaliate. But the more bullets it has, it'll rapidly become a much higher weight than either of these two, and so it'll be much more likely to retaliate. Let's see. Oh, what a cool combo, dude. That's a cool combo. Wait, what? Current behavior, it returned nil? What? At exit behavior. It returned an integer. Oh, did I do it wrong again? States.retaliate. That should be fine, right? What's wrong with it? So obsessed with weight and fitness. It's a bad diet app. There is an obsession with fitness, but it's not the normal kind. The term fitness is taken from genetic algorithms, actually. There's the effectiveness of each generation is graded by fitness. Okay, states.retaliate. Retaliation chance. Can this be like a non-fucking integer? Like, what's the deal? Or obviously it can be a non-integer, but why did that crash? You're not actually this stupid. I know, Pigeon, I know. State weights accept an int, but I passed a float. No, it shouldn't care about that. It should just mulch them all down into numbers. Let's see if we can get it to crash again. I assigned nil to an int, yeah, but how? How did that happen? So after it finishes retaliating, this is returning nil? Choose next behavior. Okay, weighted behavior options, remove invalid behaviors. Exit behavior. Okay. It's so weird. It's not giving me the return of this. It's not showing me like what happened inside this. It's just like it returned nil somehow. Somehow choose next behavior can return nil. Choose weighted. Did it get to here? It's because I have 0 bullets, so I'm returning nil. I don't think that's correlated at all, actually. Like, this should not be looking at the number of bullets. Choose weighted behaviors when it's... Behavior. Let's print it. Oh, why is the shield so bad suddenly? What? Am I hallucinating that? The shield was like really bad there. But now it's fine. And now it crashed. Okay. What was the last thing it printed? One, 0. Oh, the weight was 0. Oh, that's what you meant by 0 bullets. Oh yeah, having a weight of 0. What the fuck would that do? Yeah. I think you were right. What is this music? Okay, if retaliation chance is more than 0. That's good. Has there been any other enemies this good at killing things in development? What do you mean killing things in development? Specifically killing things that are in development, or good at killing things while it was in development? I say the funniest shit on stream with a straight face. Well, that's because most of the time I don't know that it's funny. It's I think you find these streams a lot funnier than anyone else in existence, Pidge. Which is a talent that only you possess. Okay, it's gonna tackle, it's gonna retaliate. Spooky. Yeah, I think I fixed it now. Ooh. So yeah, retaliation is guaranteed because the other behaviors are invalid. I forget how exactly it tracks invalid behaviors. I think it's if you return aborted, it won't let you pick that one again next or something. I remember that being very hard to figure out initially though. Okay, I think the player position is like 2 delayed now. Because it's like coming at from the other direction and shit. You'll put that on your next job resume? I hope so. Yeah, where's state independent update? Delta's not enough, it should be a bit faster. Well, it was 0.1 before. Delta is 0.017, right? It should be. What if I multiply it by 5? How well do you think RAM's mechanics would translate to 2D? You mean 3D? It's already 2D. I know that Toby is very fond of the idea of making like a RAM 2 that's just Risk of Rain 2, basically. It's a funny concept to me. Yeah, it's a bit scarier now. It tackles, it retaliates. Yeah, it feels a bit more dynamic now for sure. And if it has something to guard, it'll behave differently. Running directly at you is still a little bit scary. Oh, my whole computer just lagged for some reason. Okay. I don't know if much of RAM would translate to 3D though, back to that question. My brain only operates in 2D, like I don't really play many 3D games, so I'm not sure, like how would the deadlift work in 3D? You'd have loader basically, right? That's just what loader is. It would probably look a lot like Ultra Kill, if we're being honest. Okay, now it has guard behavior enabled. I think it'll try to guard as long as it can, and if it retaliates, it might try to tackle me or guard again. Now it's guarding. Now it could tackle potentially, it's still guarding. I swear the shield. Oh yeah, okay, now it can fucking tackle me. Holy shit. They're scary. I think they need to move slower or something, because they're really fast. They can outrun you. It's easy to change that. RAM is like 2D Ultra Kill. Well, yeah, obviously. Half of the mechanics were inspired by Ultra Kill. Maybe not half of them, but the steel toe definitely was inspired by Ultra Kill. Reduce shield size. That's the opposite of what we want to do. I want to make the shield stronger. For enemies, anyway. Where's the walk speed? They only move at 100, really? They feel faster. How do they feel so fast? What is the basic enemy movement speed of a steel toe or a deadlift? Deadlift are faster by default. Interesting. Yeah. Its size relative to the speed? Yeah, that could be it. Further testing then. Further testing. Let's put a rotor in. Yeah, just barely faster than them as a deadlift. It's having trouble getting the shield to face toward me reliably. Which is sort of how we have to fight these guys, I guess. Is the shield moving too slow now? I'm not sure. Anyway, I feel like the shield is just not strong enough. For the enemies specifically. It's been 4 hours? 4.5 almost, yeah. I might not go on for too much longer. I'm getting kind of tired. Tails gets trolled, unintentional innuendo, tea time. In reference to what, Pidge? Oh, like a bingo card for the streams? Yeah. Well, unintentional innuendo would be a free space, but only for you. That would be your personal card. The rest of the people would have something else. What determines the shield rotation speed? I wanted the stat for that, didn't I? AI shield rotation speed mod. Maybe I shouldn't make it a mod, it should be like in radians per second. What is it currently? Rotate shield toward foe. Oh, it's literally 1 radian per second. Which feels slow? So let's try 1.25 radians per second. Hugely Big Gaming, JD in chat. Good to see ya. I forgot what I was doing just a second ago, though. Help. What the fuck? What do I have on the clipboard? AI shield rotation. Okay. Times that. Move delta to the end. Why is that? Oh, body. Collider is massively overtuned, says Cold. That's what they keep telling me. And it might be true. Oh. You can still hit it when it's running toward you. Which I guess if it takes a little bit of damage, it's not the end of the world, but... Ooh, that's pretty good. If you hit it right when it charges at you, you can do a lot of damage to it. That's like a counter. Interesting. Is that safe to do? Will it stop you taking damage if you time it? Who knows? I'm also only testing it against Steel Toe currently. That feels pretty good, actually. I still want to see if I can stop it from full health. You totally can. That's really cool, actually. The knockback stops it in its tracks. Well, easy. Okay, how does the deadlift matchup go, though? Oh, he's guarding the fucking Steel Toe now. Great. That's one way of getting past their guard. Yeah, deadlifts counter the fuck out of them. Yeah, well, kinda. Not quite as effective as the steel toe, but sorta works. Wonder if that could be a joust. Like a joust trick shot. Actually, no, that's gonna be a pretty common way of killing them anyway, I think, so maybe that doesn't need a trick shot. Collider ramming into the other bots is yaoi. Yes, Mel. It probably would be yaoi. You gotta time it right, but you can do it. The shield is actually a pretty good indication of what the timing is, because like it seems to charge right when you're at the boundary of the shield. I like that. How does it work as rotor though? All these fucking dead colliders lying around. Okay, it's gonna... Oh. Guard the collider. Come on. There you go. Uh-oh, I'm cornered. The deadlifts do not know how to, like, they just grapple the guy that's guarding them. Man, the shield is... I swear like the shield is weaker than it was. Like, what happened? Okay, I wanted to test how the tackle can be countered by the grenade. Not very well. Try again. It's a lot harder. Apparently that works though. You have to like have the grenade in the air preemptively and let the thing charge into it. And if you miss, you go to the Shadow Realm. Yeah. Fuck you. There, oh, so you can do it, and it works pretty well. It's just a very weird timing. That's stylish, though. Is that how we bring back the bonk trick shot? That'd be kind of funny. What the fuck does the aphid do against this guy, though? You could probably just rocket behind it. Because, like, that's not gonna work. You can do it. Wait, what the fuck was it? Oh, if it hits you, it gets bullets to shoot at you, of course. That's how it works. That's pretty cool, actually. Even if the collider has no ammo, it'll tackle you, then immediately retaliate. Devastating. That's gnarly, actually. Oh, pan-sear it? There's an idea. Well, it takes some damage, not really enough, though. Yeah. Well, post-mortem pan-sear farm, I guess.
That's why they call it the collider.
Yep, that is. Are you alive? No. Okay. Okay, collider's working kinda well, actually. Not bad. The deadlift is obviously not. Oh my god. Okay, they're... That's fucking kind of ridiculous, actually. Trying to grapple them while they're in attack mode. I think we'll want some sort of telegraph on that so that you know they're gonna fucking tackle you if you try to grapple them. It's good that they have some counterplay to the rotor, though. Or the deadlift, rather. You want the retaliation curve to take longer before it shoots you? Well, the thing is, the retaliation is guaranteed now because of the way its behaviors are set up. So, as soon as it finishes the tackle, it can't guard anyone and it can't do the tackle again, so it has to retaliate. The other option is to give it some sort of, like, idle state, I guess. Which currently it doesn't have. How does Yori Kiri deadlift interact? It's exactly how you'd expect. It just juggles it like normal. Just clear them off the sides. There we go. Ow. You meant like the effectiveness of Yori. Yep, so Yori is going to be indirectly buffed by this, because it'll let you juggle aphids normally. Or, no, gliders. It's the lad, everyone. Ow. This guy doesn't crash the game anymore, I guess, huh? The bullet's invisible. Still kind of works. Surprising. What's the background music? It's Yumi Tuki, serene ambient playlist or something. Serene and soothing music mix from Yumi Tuki. This is the Cat Cemetery song. Huh. Trick shot for shoving an enemy into an aphid's fire. Well, enemies don't take damage from aphid's fire currently. Unless you mean the tar, which I don't know how you detect that. Okay, what else should it do? Maybe we do want it to have an idle state. That'll just, like, you know, circle the player kind of at long range. I'm actually pretty tired though. Maybe I should call it here. My lucidity is decreasing. Maybe I'll do what I did last time and just try a run to end it with. And just spawn in some gliders manually. And see how it feels. Oh, you know what I could do, instead of this sort of jury-rigged thing? I could just change the game manager to randomly spawn gliders sometimes. I think we're at that phase. We can test that out because they have AI now. So anytime we spawn an enemy, I want a 5% chance that that enemy is a glider. That's how we're doing this. Enemy type. Wonderful. Maybe 1 in 10. That is a way to do it. It's looking great. You're also working on a top-down shooter game for Game Dev College, so it's cool to watch someone else deving something similar. That's rad. I figured the stream might have a pretty narrow demographic besides people who just like listening to me talk, so that's cool. I haven't really watched any other programming streams myself, so I'm not sure how easy it is to follow along with someone else's thought process. You joined just as things were winding down. It's terrible news. Yeah, it's unfortunate. A bit unfortunate. Let's go. We'll find a glider eventually. Still no gliders. Where are the gliders at? I hope that code works. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, they still don't know how to die properly. But it works, the room clears. The game sound is very loud. It's really not, I think. Maybe a little bit. Turn it down a touch. The music's gotten a bit loud, I'll say. I kinda wish there were more gliders. I'm feeling ripped off. Ow. Now this is intolerable. I need more gliders. A quarter of all enemies will be gliders. This will be scary. Really scary. They don't have a spawn animation, they just sort of appear. That's good. Glider versus glider. Terrifying. Uh-oh. You can die, apparently. They do know how to kill you. Post-mortem pan-seared overheat, 12 more billion points, thank you. I definitely deserved that. Ugh. They're kind of scary because like their corpses stay around and you can't tell if you're looking at a real one or a dead one. Okay, currently gliders can shoot through other gliders' shields, which that's one good way of getting rid of them, I guess. It still doesn't feel like there's that many gliders, I gotta say. Oh, there's one. Hi. Yeah, they're not invincible. Like, if you charge into a bunch of dudes, you're gonna get killed, probably. They work very well if you stay at a good range. Oh wait, we can now play pass the parcel with the grenade indefinitely. Holy shit, the fuck was that guy doing? Went nuts. Can you stop for a second? Holy shit. Uh-oh. Kinda getting wrecked. The other gliders are going to steal your fire because it's not in stasis? Maybe. I'm not sure, actually. Is this how the game's supposed to be played? Fuck yeah, it is. I'm the developer of the game, so by definition, this is the intended experience. Fuck off, sir. I'm trying to... Oh my god. Okay, these things are a bit flighty at the moment. The tackle is scary. I'm gonna have to rebalance that tackle. That grenade is just hanging out. See, I can't really... Okay, the grenades can get through the shield still. Why is the shield so bad? When did it change? So Toby, of course. Okay, this is normal. No colliders at all. And farm so many fucking deflection kills. Oh, here's the colliders. What's up? Hey yo, pizza here. Their corpses block bullets, that's annoying. I mean, I have to remind you too that this guy has like no animations currently. It's a placeholder sprite with no fucking animations. So that'll make it improve just by default. Yeah, colliders really can't counter other colliders very well. Let's try playing as something else with 50 colliders in the room. Ah, they're morbing on me. So as a router, they're not too bad. You can just sort of get around them, poke them with grenades. Is this guy okay? Oh, there's one down here. Trying to get back to the fucking spawn point. Are you alive? What? Apparently the room is stuck, whatever. Oh, this is not good. Wow. That's a lot of colliders. A number of colliders not sanctioned by the government. This is a bit silly. Oh! It's a good stress test. Yeah. Okay. What the fuck do they do with the flak bullets? That's scary. They just do a lot of damage. You stop. They got stuck on walls easily because I didn't tell them how to pathfind properly, right? So you're seeing they're trying to tackle me now. They don't know how. You can't tackle through their shields. Interesting. Or no, it's... The tackle takes your current velocity as the direction to tackle in. So if they push you back like a frame before you shield, or before you tackle, then you'll be tackling the other direction suddenly. I think that's what's happening there. Their shield push ability is scary sometimes. Like, I grappled that router, but the router got pushed halfway across, oh my god, halfway across the map by the shield, and suddenly I was being dragged along with it. It's kind of a Hasotobi issue mostly, I guess. There we go. Come on. Oh, fuck you. The deadlift are still a decent counter to them. There's so much stuff happening. There really is. You can live ammo them through the shield. It's just a bit more difficult. There we go. Become a collider. Do it. Perfect. I still haven't tested if bullets stay through screen transitions. That'd be good to test. But this is going to be chaos. This is the most densely packed room in the game. Firewall. Firewall's doing work. Not bad. It's a bit hard to tell what the fuck is happening anymore. Too many guys out. There we go. They're both dead. Become this one. Bruh. That one's got a shield. Fuck. It's too powerful. The grenades are very fun. They're a bit hard to aim though. Ah, This fucking guy. There we go. It's nothing but gliders. Gliders all the way down. There you go. There is some counterplay with the tackle. Even the double shield cannot fully counter the tackle, it seems. This is a bit silly. I feel like the gliders shouldn't push enemies unless they're the player, you know? Like, the shield shouldn't affect allied entities. Uh-oh. Time to not be this guy. Whee! Okay. Firewall is struggling to figure out what the fuck to do. Ow. Oh, he just tackled himself into a fire pit. Cool. Gonna get some energy back. Ow. But because it was green, my brain was thinking like that was an aphid. It can walk over the fire. Oh, do they steal each other's fires? Yeah, they probably would actually, come to think of it. In the chaos of battle, it's sometimes hard to tell whether they have bullets or not that can be fired. Okay, I'm just gonna hold the fucking corner here. Oh no, that doesn't work. They swarm you. Wait, this guy's got a fucking shield. Look at him. The bastard. You quit it. Oh. Yeah, they don't seem quite as strong as you might think in practice. Lighter's a bot who uses a VPN, exactly. Morb VPN. They're coming. Fuck, fuck, fuck. They're getting pushed by, that's what, the colliders run at you, then they push the other bots ahead of them, and it's terrifying. Get out of here. Ow. They don't get fed by enemy bullets at the moment. They sort of defend others. Yes, that's how it should be. I think if they blocked enemy bullets too, that would just be too fucking chaotic. They would just get completely bloated. Yeah, God knows what the seating clearing is doing at this point. Ooh, a shot. I'm not interested. Seeing them in practice has made me think they're just about balanced in the chaos, but only by having big highs and low lows. Well, currently we have a small sample size. Oh, this is a normal room. No fucking fighters at all. That's the point. Please. What if they had a small chance to absorb enemy bullets? I'd rather not have things determined by chance, mostly. It just seems like it would appear like a glitch or inconsistent. Fuck, the tackle. And I never expect it. Ow. It's scary. What is he doing? The fuck is he doing? Hello? Dude, that guy was busted. Want to be my friend? Yeah. The ex-Doomfist main, JD, says, Huge fan of the charge into enemies and die archetype. I love that one too. Like I just did. Uh-oh. Fuck. I did not clutch out the win. They still can't revive properly either. There's the fighter. How did the fucking drum not explode there? Uh-oh. Fuck off. Shielded deadlift is a pain in the ass. Wait, this guy has Yorikiri, I think. Let's see if it... There you go. That's an unusual sight. I also bounce off him when I tackle him. That's interesting because the mass is higher. With routers, the room becomes a lot nicer, well, until the other colliders start catching the grenades that you throw back. This is a bit fucked. Yeah, the shield pushing is excessive. It's probably the most broken part of this affair at this point. All the shield pushing just chains together. Can you stop for a second, guys? Oh my god. Okay, that was a bit fucked. It feels so weird if you'd be able to get 98 fitness collider kills, since it's currently all nice even multiples. Yeah, I'll figure out a better score to get some nice multiples. I have been trying to do that mostly. Uh-oh. What the fuck? I don't even know what happened there. The game feels a lot more chaotic with all these colliders. I guess because the shields take up so much space. Ow. Jesus. The shape charges don't start orbiting? Oh, they should. I don't see why they wouldn't, actually. Unless they just turn into normal-looking grenades because of that change appearance function. Who knows? I don't even know what killed me there. The aphids make everything very strange. Yeah, we're stealing each other's bullets. That's what's happening. That's totally what's happening. Ow. You get this like false sense of security while playing as a collider, but then like as soon as something does get through the shield, you die very quickly, and it can be disorienting. Oh yeah, they did just disappear. Strange. Do that. Come on. There we are. The flames can sabotage you. Oh yeah, that's what's detonating the fuel cells, is the fucking fire ring. I think I'm still not really happy with that fire ring. I don't know what to do about it though. Okay, you can't charge. Ooh, that's a way to get a post-mortem kill. Is you charge into the bullets and then your dead-ass corpse hits the guy after. Ow. Fucking pillars, man. Hate the pillars. Can you tackle the pillars? You probably, actually. Oh, you totally can, yeah. That's probably shouldn't be possible. I'm stuck in the tire. Ow. Ow. Things go south pretty quick for you. Yeah, nice bullet farm. Oh, in the biz we call that map knowledge, true. Okay. Ow. Oh, they're scary. The shield has low visibility too sometimes. That's gonna have to be fucking figured out. They're all dead. They've cornered me. That shield push has to be turned down or something. It's oppressive. Yeah, the gliders are scary on this map. Oh, I can't even... That guy has so much mass, I can't even knock him back. Okay, let's become him in that case. Tackle needs some anticipation frames. As an enemy, yes. But by frames, it's like... We don't have any animations to have literal frames of anything. But I know what you mean, I think. Hey, can I... Ow. Holy fuck, they're annoying. The environments look so much better? Oh, like you haven't seen the environment since the public demo? This is what they've looked like the whole time. They're going to be better looking eventually too. Okay, let's get some colliders, ideally. I think colliders will be able to spawn on top of the pillars. Yeah, there we go. What's this fucker doing? Oh, that's gonna be annoying as fuck. Okay, back to this shit. Just don't charge into the pillars, otherwise you go to hell. Before you die. Ow. Oh, there's one more. Great. I love to see it. Wait. It's not guarding the boss because it's not an enemy. It thinks that... Oh god. No, the boss is an enemy under the hood, actually. Oh, I think they are guarding the boss, actually. Hyper annoying. Oh, I did the bad thing. I shouldn't have done that. I've been sent to turbo hell. Is the CPU sprite based on anything in particular? Not really. I drew a very primitive sketch that that Gecko then rendered. It was the usual workflow. Yeah, we're not getting back. It's not possible. Well, that was a good run. I think that's about all I want to do today, though, because I'm going to get too distractible and tired. So let's look at stream art, and then we'll call it. Assuming, of course, there is any stream art. Gaster, a persona. Oh, is that your art mill with the fucking needy streamer overload girl? That's quite nice. It's not relevant to the stream though. Okay. A very rough sketch of I think that's RAM. It is a very rough sketch though. I can't really tell what's happening. But I'll show it off. Yeah. This is by Skeletal Bozo. It appears to be, there's a deadlift. That might be a collider. I can't actually tell, but it's going to be something cool once it's done, I assume. Okay, let's check the Xylem server. There's a steel toe on the left? Oh yeah, there's a steel toe. Huh. We have some various fan arts, maybe to show off too since last time, but I can't remember what I showed off in the last stream exactly. I know that Timeless has been working on a resprite of the steel toe that is like using one of the unused concept designs that Gecko made. Oh, here it is. Show that off. It's like the scout steel toe with the baseball cap. It really prances, yeah. Show the Catboy steel toe? Is that new? I can't keep track, Mel. Holy shit. Let me scroll up and try to find a Catboy steel toe. This is probably new. That's from Gallo. A nice little ensemble sketch. I'm not sure that's Catboy Steel Toes from a while ago, wasn't it, Mel? It was. Okay, we have 3D rotor models and the original Collider fan art. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I found it. Yeah, so Mel did this. Everyone enjoy that. It's obviously a reference to Five Pebbles, who is canonically all the Steel Toes' second cousin. That one's pretty good. Oh, and we have a residential area mayhem. I'm not sure what this is a reference to. It might be Homestuck, actually. It's hard to say. It looks vaguely like Homestuck. But that one's by, wait, your name changed. VT Homes, yeah. And a Mob Psycho edit. With a fucking steel toe by Maddock. It's an obscure Homestuck thing happening in ACDS? I haven't heard of that. No one tells me these things. Okay, one more look at the arts and crafts. I think that's it. Well, that's a pretty good haul, I'd say. Including the Catboy Steel Toe. Yep, thanks for coming out. I'm going to be doing more Rain World tomorrow as usual, but maybe a bit later because I have to do something in the morning, which is unusual on Sundays, so the stream might start closer to, like, you know, when it did today, which is already pretty late. We'll see. I'm going to be finishing Artificer and getting a bunch of pearls. But for now, that's all I got. Thanks for coming out, and I'll see you tomorrow.